Good morning. I will start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will start with our introductions as usual. Good morning. It is June 4th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording on the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling screen sharing of exhibits and slides. If you are a witness, please feel free to ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready in your presentation. And cross-examiners may, of course, ask Ms. Mullen directly to please bring up particular exhibits. We will take breaks per our usual practice and have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. From our list, it looks to me like we will probably go actually until 5 p.m. today. I will go ahead and start with procedural items, which I don't have many since we were together on Monday. I do have a ruling on the motion to quash, which we are just finalizing and we'll be getting out the door. So you should see that depending on how well my team can multitask either today or tomorrow. So we will have resolution there. And then the other procedural item I just wanted to raise, Ms. Meserve had raised a request about structuring the site visit exhibits. And my understanding from the team is that we have now created a new folder within the hearing exhibits folder for those site visit exhibits that weren't necessarily offered by any particular party. They were more of a grouping of parties, and that those exhibits now reside in a folder there. So take a look. If there are any questions about that, please feel free to bring it up, but I did want to mention that. When we completed our day on Monday, we wrapped up with Dr. Rosenfield. My understanding is we'll be starting this morning with Dr. Paulson and I believe Dr. Garcia as well as a panel, if you will. I guess my one question, I know we have several different testimonies from Dr. Paulson. I will look for some clarity just so we all understand that those will be whether the direct will occur and then we will have cross-exam or whether we want to do it all at once as a block. Just to clarify that for me, that would be one question that I have. And then also if there are any other procedural issues that we should address this morning before we get started, of course, please feel free to raise those. If we would please, to the hearing team, elevate Ms. Tabor. And we can also elevate Ms. Carroll while we're at it. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agency protestants. We plan to present Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia first on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies and allow the other parties to conduct cross-examination. And once we've completed the testimony for the public water agencies, we'll then switch to the next party in line, which is the city of Stockton. And we would propose there that Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia present their testimony. Mr. Gramberg and Mr. Small present theirs, and then the four of them be available as a panel for cross-examination. We anticipate there could be questions related to Stockton's testimony that might be better fielded by any number of the panel members.
Thank you. That is quite helpful.
And then we would move to
Yeah.
Byron Bethany Irrigation District in the same way, although there, again, we just have Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia for BBID.
Thank you. That is what was implied, I think, or maybe it was more explicit. I just wanted to make sure. So thank you. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. I'll invite you to make your appearance, and then if we can also elevate Ms. Meserve in the meantime.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. And yes, that was our understanding of the schedule too. So thank you, Ms. Tabor.
Great. And good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. Thanks for the updates. I just wanted to be elevated for the Paulson testimony.
Great. Thank you. I will allow more time if there are any other procedural issues, but in the meantime, I think we do want to elevate Ms. Morris and Mr. Krieger, as is our usual practice. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. And with that, I think it looks like we're ready to turn to our first witnesses. So if we can please elevate Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia. Good morning, Dr. Paulson. You are welcome to come on camera and we can test your audio.
All right. How's that?
It's working just fine.
Thank
And
you.
while I have you here, Dr. Paulson, I know you've been with us a number of times. Do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And good morning, Dr. Garcia.
Morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
And if you would, as I recall, this is your first time appearing in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Wonderful. Then I will go ahead and administer the oath before we get started here. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Garcia, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Then with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Tabor, if you're going to introduce these witnesses.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. Dr. Garcia, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes. Dr. Adrian Garcia.
Thank you. And is Exhibit DPWA 57 a true and correct copy or statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Is Exhibit DPWA 58 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, with an update that I published a journal article in 2025 that is not shown in the DPWA 058. The article is titled Topographically Induced Dispersion in a Salt Marsh Estuary, and it is published in the Journal of Physical Oceanography.
Thank you. Can you please briefly summarize your qualifications as they're relevant to your contribution to Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony and her rebuttal expert report?
Yes. I have an undergraduate degree in civil engineering from the University of Pittsburgh, and I have a PhD in civil and environmental engineering from MIT. My dissertation was focused on understanding hydrodynamics and dispersion in a salt marsh estuary, with a focus on understanding the physical processes that control saltwater intrusion. I have experience using and analyzing several hydrodynamic models, including DSM-2, and I prepared several figures and analyses that supported Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony and rebuttal expert report.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Paulson.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Susan Paulson.
Thank you. And is Exhibit DPWA 43 a true and correct statement of your written rebuttal testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DPWA 3 a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes.
Is Exhibit DPWA 44 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal expert report?
Yes.
Thank you. Are Exhibits DPWA 45 through 56 true and correct copies of the exhibits cited in your written testimony and expert report?
Yes, they are.
Is exhibit DPWA 42 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
And are exhibits DPWA 59 and 60 true and correct copies of the animations included in your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, good morning. Will you please bring up exhibit DPWA 42 and have exhibits DPWA 59 and 60 ready to bring up at the appropriate time? Those two exhibits will be used in connection with slides 34 and 38, respectively. Thank you. Dr. Paulson, would you please summarize your written testimony as it's set forth in DPWA 42?
Yes. Let's please skip past this slide. And we'll go through these one by one. So I think we can skip through the outline. And let's go one more, please. Thank you very much. I previously presented analyses in my case in chief testimony of DWR's modeling files that had been generated up to that point in time. And here I used the same methods to do the analysis in this rebuttal testimony as I used to support my case in chief testimony with minor modifications that I will describe, but I won't repeat the full methods. As before, my work and opinions are based on the modeling that was performed by DWR, including both CalSIM-3 and DSM-2, and also based on an evaluation of things that DWR did not evaluate. These analyses focus primarily on salinity, on residence time, on the North Delta diversion source water analyses, and then we have also added some animations of DWR's DSM-2 model results. Next slide, please. So this is an updated graphic that summarizes DWR's model scenarios. So we previously used an earlier version of this that focused primarily on the two boxes that are labeled 2020 and 2040, because those were both the FEIR and updated baseline and ITP analyses that I analyzed in my case in chief testimony. Since then, DWR has generated some additional scenarios. Those are at a 2043 climate condition and include both half a foot of sea level rise in the CC50 scenarios and 1.5 feet of sea level rise in the CC95 scenarios. And those are the 50% and 95% level of concern scenarios. So I will focus mostly on those. DWR did also generate some new model runs for the year 2085, and those were performed with CalSIM-3, but not DSM-2. And those looked at both 1.8 feet of sea level rise, that's corresponding to the 2085 CC50 scenario, and then the 3.5 feet of sea level rise corresponding to the 2085 CC75 scenarios. But again, DSM-2 modeling wasn't performed for those. So the red diamonds that are shown on this graphic show the conditions that were modeled using DSM-2. So where DWR used that model to characterize hydrodynamics and salinity and other parameters within the delta. So you'll note that all of those scenarios where DWR used DSM-2 are 2043 or earlier conditions, and thus don't characterize the conditions when the DCP would be operational, which would be 2045 and beyond. Next slide, please. So this graphic was prepared to help us, frankly, keep the modeling straight because there are a lot of model runs. So the top two bars, the FEIR and the DCP ITP model runs, are the ones that were examined in my earlier case in chief testimony. And the model bar, the bar on the bottom, which is labeled AHO request, has the model release dates and then the modeling files that are described that are the primary subject of the testimony that I'd like to offer today. So Just as a refresher, the FEIR model runs included scenarios corresponding to both 2020 and 2040 climate conditions with 0 and 1.8 feet of sea level rise. They also included an NDD priority run that was only evaluated in the FEIR and that has not yet been evaluated for updated climate or ITP or other sea level rise scenarios. Prior to the case in chief testimony, DWR also introduced the updated baseline climate conditions. The updated baseline was adjusted for non-stationary climate, and the DCP model runs corresponding to the updated baseline used the new ITP operations. So again, we evaluated those in the case in chief testimony. And then the new 2043 scenarios evaluate 0.5 foot and 1 foot of sea level rise. And those are on top or correspond to the updated baseline non-stationary climate and then the ITP operation scenarios. And as shown here, we focused only on DWR's corrected runs, which had addressed an error with the bypass criteria. So we didn't evaluate those runs that have been superseded. Those are grayed out here. And then finally, DWR also evaluated 4 what I'll call UIF or unimpaired flow scenarios that were produced and layered on top of the 2043 CC50 scenarios with 0.5 foot of climate change, 0.5 foot of sea level rise, excuse me. And again, those are all for 2043 conditions and before. One thing that's not shown here that I will discuss later in the testimony is that we also evaluated DSM-2 model runs that were prepared by the Bureau of Reclamation, and those characterize their no action scenario and their action 5 scenario, which is removal of fall X2 requirements. And those were also performed for 0.5 foot of sea level rise. Next slide, please. So we can use this figure for reference. It was presented earlier. It shows both the nodes and the channels that are inside the DSM-2 model domain. Those are the black small circles and black lines. And then it also shows the outline of the statutory delta in pink outline. Shows the major inflows and then the outflows as well. And then next slide, please. So this slide was also previously presented, and it shows the primary flows that go into the North Delta. So the DSM-2 simulates the Sacramento River inflows to the Delta, but that Sacramento River flow at the upstream boundary is comprised of flows from the Sacramento River watershed, the American River watershed, and the Feather River watershed. So we used information from Calcin 3 modeling performed by DWR to evaluate the flows specifically of the Feather River into the Delta. And then I don't have a graphic for it, but the report also describes how we created animations of the DSM-2 model results using tools that DWR has made available. And then next slide. Thank you. So now we'll move into the opinions. And some of these opinions, just to sort of frame this, are updates of opinions that we offered in the case in chief testimony. So we're looking at the new model runs, trying to answer some of the same questions that we addressed with the older model runs in the case in chief testimony. So this opinion 1 specifically is that DWR's testimony and analysis in support of the DCP remains insufficient, and the testimony to the DWR's testimony to the State Water Board still doesn't present the operations and impacts of the DCP during the period it would actually operate. And this sort of would map to opinions 1 and 2 of my case in chief testimony. Next slide, please. Because there are a lot of model runs at this point, and it's a little bit difficult to keep the assumptions straight, we created a summary table of the modeling assumptions in DWR's and Reclamation's model runs. the runs that we evaluated in this testimony. So I won't go through this in detail, but as I'll explain, all of DWR's DSM-2 model runs that are shown here assumed that the D1641 all of the DSM-2 model runs assumed that the D1641 water quality standards would be applied. So the FEIR model runs covered a 94-year period of 1923 to 2015. And then the subsequent modeling from the updated baseline through the 2043 covered a 100-year period of 1922 to 2021. And where I will compare model runs and show results on common graphics for both sets of runs, I will use the overlapping period of 1923 to 2015. And then, although Reclamation's model runs, those are the bottom two lines in this table, they modeled both no fall X2 and TUCPs, but DWR didn't consider those conditions. So again, this table summarizes that DWR did not use DSM-2 to model DCP operations after 2043 when the DCP would be operational. And then next slide, please. This slide shows the model runs evaluated in both DWR's case in chief and in their rebuttal testimony. And so I previously presented half of the information in this table. So Dr. Priest presented information from the FEIR runs in her case in chief testimony, and Mr. Singh presented information from the FEIR plus the updated baseline and ITP model runs in his case in chief testimony. And I would also like to note an error. This has an X in the Singh case in chief testimony, FEIR future conditions 2040 runs, and that's an error. Mr. Singh did not present that information in his case in chief testimony. So the two new columns that are added here are the rebuttal columns, and they show that Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony presented information from the new 2043 runs, both with and without the DCP. And Mr. Singh presented information on those, and he also included information from the FEIR 2040 runs. Neither Dr. Priest nor Mr. Singh presented information from the 2020 climate conditions together with the future 2040 or 2043 climate conditions. And I will present some of that information. And then again, there's no DSM-2 information for conditions in 2045 or after. Next slide, please. So this opinion is that DWR's model analysis shows that delta exports will decline in future scenarios. And this is updating a part of opinion 1. It's section 3.1.1 in my case in chief expert report. And next slide, please. So in this opinion, we look at the amount of water that would be exported from the delta in DWR's model scenarios, both with and without the DCP. So the bottom 4 bars on this chart are the bars that are new, and they correspond to the 2043 scenarios, both with no project and with project conditions. So the purple on all of these bars shows the long-term average volume of water that would be exported by the North Delta diversions. And here the red is the Central Valley Project exports, and the blue is the State Water Project exports. So the first series of graphs that I'm going to show includes the FEIR model runs. So these model simulations cover the period of 1923 to 2015, so the period of overlap. So what these results show is that the original FEIR 2020 model runs showed that there would be total long-term average delta exports of 4.95 million acre-feet per year in the no project condition. And then with the DCP, the total delta exports would rise to 5.54 million acre-feet per year. So I'm defining the difference between those two quantities as what I'm calling the delta export benefit. So that's the difference in the amount of total delta exports that would be exported with the DCP versus without the DCP for corresponding paired model runs. In this case, for the FEIR 2020 scenarios, that's 0.59 million acre feet per year. And then we do have the NDD priority runs for the FEIR 2020 conditions. And those show that the delta export benefit would be larger, and that 0.75 million acre feet, the alternative 5 proposed scenario would export 0.75 million acre feet per year from the North Delta intakes. With the NDD priority, that would rise to 1.22 million acre feet per year. So then below those 5 model runs are 2 model runs corresponding to the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios for 2020 conditions. And again, those have the non-stationary climate adjustments and the ITP operations. So what those show is a DCP export benefit for 2020 conditions that would be 0.47 million acre feet per year. So that would be reducing by about 0.1 million acre feet per year, or about 20% compared to the FEIR 2020 model runs. And then the total delta exports with the DCP would decline from 5.54 million acre feet per year to 5.25 million acre feet per year. And that's a decrease of just over 5%. So with the 2043 scenarios, the declines in the amount of exports are a little larger as well. So compared to the 2020 updated baseline and ITP scenarios, with 0.5 foot of sea level rise, the DCP export benefit would be reduced by about 13%, and the total delta exports would decline by about 8.4%. And then with 1 foot of sea level rise, the DCP export benefit would be reduced by 13%, and total delta exports would decline by about 15%. So in all of the future conditions, the total amount of water that could be exported from the delta would be reduced, and the DCP export benefit would also be reduced. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we are looking at just that delta export benefit. So that, again, that's the difference between the total delta exports with the DCP and in a no project condition. So the top row shows the FEIR results with the DCP export benefit of 0.59 million acre feet per year. With the NDD priority scenario, that would be 0.62 million acre feet per year. With the ITP operations scenario, the DCP export benefit would be 0.42 million acre feet per year. 0.47 million acre feet per year. And then for both of the 2043 scenarios, the DCP export benefit would be 0.42 million acre feet per year. So in all of the updated climate and future scenarios, the DCP export benefit would be reduced compared to the 2020 climate conditions shown in the FEIR. Next slide, please. So here, this shows the delta exports for different water year types. So it's the same information that was shown on the prior slide, but broken out by water year type. And the trend that we observed generally still holds. So in wet years, the ITP operations would actually result in increased total delta exports, but in all the other water year types, both climate change and sea level rise result in less water exported from the delta, both as a total and as a result of the DCP. And then the next slide, thank you, shows the DCP export benefit in different water year types. So again, this is the delta export benefit. All of this information was computed from DWR's DSM-2 model scenarios. And what we see is the greatest increase in the volume of water that can be exported occurs in above normal years, followed by wet years. But the decrease in the DCP export benefit for future conditions relative to 2020 conditions is greatest in the below normal and the dry water year types. And in all water year types, the volume of water exported from the delta would decline under future conditions. And then the next slide shows the results tabulated in my report. And so this table is included in the report and provides another way of looking at these data quantitatively. I won't spend much time on this one. And then the next slide, thank you, shows the impacts of climate change and sea level rise, excluding the FEIR scenarios. So this is looking at results for the full 100-year simulation period. So all of these runs use climate conditions that are adjusted for non-stationarity, like the updated baseline, and use ITP operations. And the results are similar here in that future conditions result in a decreased volume of water exported and a decreased DCP export benefit relative to 2020 climate conditions. And then the next slide, thank you, shows that delta exports are reduced in DWR's 2043 climate scenarios in all water year types relative to the updated baseline and ITP operations. And again, this is for model results, long-term averages over the 100-year time period. And then the next slide shows a decrease in the DCP export benefit. So again, that is defined as the increase in the volume of water that could be exported from the delta by both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project together if the DCP were implemented. And in all year types except critical years for the future climate scenarios relative to the 2020 climate baseline conditions, we see a decrease in that DCP export benefit. And then the next slide, thank you, shows the results for the unimpaired flow scenarios. And so we looked at the long-term average volume of water that would be exported for both the DCP's 2043 ITP operations, that's the bottom row, and the 2043 CC50 baseline conditions, that's the top row, and then for the 4 UIF scenarios. And so for these scenarios, you can see that implementation of the DCP would increase the total volume of water exported relative to baseline conditions. In the higher UIF scenarios, it would reduce the amount that could be exported. And so the UIF scenarios sort of fall in between the baseline and the full DCP operation scenarios. And the total exports would be less under the 65% UIF scenario than they would be under the 35% UIF scenario. And then the next slide, please, shows the results for the UIF scenarios for water year types, and basically shows that the trends that we saw earlier hold for the UIF scenarios in all the water year types. And then finally, the next slide adds the DWR's 2085 scenarios. So again, DWR didn't use the DSM-2 model to simulate the 2085 scenarios, but we could extract the volumes of water that could be exported from the delta under the 2085 scenarios from the CalSim-3 model results. So that information is shown as the bottom 4 bars here. And again, the results aren't strictly comparable because in the 2085 scenarios, DWR assumed that TUCPs would be implemented and that they wouldn't strictly adhere to the D1641 water quality standards. But even so, even with TUCPs and modifications of whether they operated to standards or not, we see that the volume of water that could be exported from the delta in 2085 is lower as a result of future climate change and sea level rise. So with the FEIR 2020 DCP scenarios, the long-term average delta exports would be 5.54 million acre feet per year. With the 2020 ITP operation scenario, the long-term average delta exports would be 5.25 million acre feet per year. So that's a reduction of about 5% relative to the EIR. For the 2043 scenarios, with half a foot of sea level rise, the long-term average delta exports would be 4.81 million acre feet per year. So that's a reduction of 13% relative to the EIR. With 1 foot of sea level rise, the 2043 scenarios show that the long-term average delta exports would be 4.44 million acre feet per year, a reduction of about 20% relative to the EIR. And then for the 2085 calcim scenarios, with 1.8 feet of sea level rise and with TUCPs, the long-term average delta exports would be about 4.39 million acre feet per year. So that's a reduction of about 21% relative to the FEIR. And then finally, with 3.5 feet of sea level rise and implementation of the TUCPs, the long-term average delta exports would be 3.93 million acre feet per year, which is a reduction of about 29% relative to the EIR. So the point of this information is to show that even in 2085 and even with TUCPs, the DCP would be able to recover less water in 2085 than it would in the earlier climate scenarios. And then the next slide shows that DCP export benefit that we computed, again, adding the 2085 scenarios here. So again, 2085 has TUCPs and relaxation of water quality standards. And then even with that, the long-term average DCP export benefit declines. So for the 2020 FEIR runs, that DCP export benefit was 0.59 million acre feet per year. For both of the 2043 scenarios, it is 0.42 million acre feet per year, a reduction of about 29% relative to the FEIR. And then for the 2085 scenarios, that long-term average delta DCP export benefit would be 0.36 million acre feet per year, or about 39% less than in the FEIR. So the next slide, we'll move on to opinion 3. So we're going to switch now to analysis of salinity. And consistent with the case in chief testimony, DWR's modeling continues to show that the baseline salinity in the delta will be higher and water quality standards will be exceeded more frequently under future climate conditions. And the DCP would increase delta salinity further. So this sort of would map to and expand on information that I included in opinion 1, section 3.1.2 of my case in chief testimony. So in that testimony, I showed that climate change alone will increase baseline salinity and that the DCP would increase salinity further, particularly in the Western Delta. And in this opinion, I'll look at DWR's new DSM-2 model scenarios. So the next slide, please. Thank you. Shows the simulated long-term average monthly salinity at Emerton for both the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, 2020 climate conditions. Those are the purple and gray bars. And then for the 2043 climate scenarios. And those are shown as the red and blue bars for scenarios that have half a foot of sea level rise. And then the yellow and green bars for DWR scenarios that have 1 foot of sea level rise. And all of these simulation results are shown for the 100-year simulation period. So what this shows is that the baseline salinity will increase as a result of climate change in all but the wettest months, and that the DCP would increase salinity further relative to baseline or no project conditions for each month, with the increases being the greatest in the summer and the fall months. And then the next slide shows an analysis of the exceedances of the D1641 water quality objectives at Emerton. The color schemes in the model scenarios are the same as in the prior slide. So that those standards at Edmonton apply in the months of April to August. So that's what's shown here. And then what we see is that the long-term average baseline frequency of exceedance will increase due to sea level rise. And then the DCP would increase the number of exceedances in July and August. So if we look at August as an example, with the 2043 climate change, climate conditions, and with the CC50 scenarios and half a foot of sea level rise, we would increase from 28% to 32% of the days in August that would exceed water quality standards. And then with a foot of sea level rise for the CC95 scenarios, the numbers would increase from about half the time to 53% of the days in August that would exceed. The next table tabulates some of these results. This is for the same scenarios and again over the same 100-year model period. And so again, what we see is an increase in the baseline, meaning no DCP conditions that are pretty significant. So we would go from around 3% of the time to more than 15% of the time between the 2020 updated baseline and the 2043 1 foot of sea level rise scenarios. And then the DCP would increase the number of days of exceedance further. So for example, for the 2043 CC50 scenario, the number of days that would be exceeded, that the standards would be exceeded, would go from about, or would increase by about 10%, going from about 1,210 days to 1,331 days for the 2043 CC50 scenarios. And then for the 2043 CC95 scenarios with a foot of sea level rise, the DCP would increase the frequency of exceedance by about 6.5%. The next slide shows similar information for the UIF scenarios. And I won't go into these in detail except to say that the trends are similar. So all these scenarios have half a foot of sea level rise, and they all look at the baseline on the left with the red bar and the DCP with no UIF requirements on the right with the blue bars, and then the UIF scenarios are in between. So again, the DCP would export less water under the higher UIF scenarios. So the DCP salinity impacts are lower under the higher UIF requirements, the 65% requirements, for example, than they would be under the lower UIF requirements. But in general, all of those UIF scenarios fall between the bookends of baseline and DCP with no UIF requirements. And then the next slide shows those UIF scenarios and the probability of exceeding the Edmonton water quality objectives. All of these, again, are at half a foot of sea level rise, and they show that the impacts to water quality compliance at Edmonton are greater in the months of July and August. And then in summary, DWR's rebuttal model runs show results that are consistent with the analyses that I presented in my case in chief testimony. They show that salinity in the Western Delta will be higher as a result of climate change by itself, and that implementation of the DCP would increase salinity in the Western Delta further, especially in the summer and fall months. And then the next slide. And thank you, by the way, for bearing with me. I apologize that my voice isn't what it normally would be. This opinion switches over to the topic of residence time. And specifically, it's my opinion that DWR's analysis of residence time is flawed and greatly underestimates the changes in residence time and therefore the likelihood of HABs that would be caused by the DCP. And this opinion would map to opinion 7 of my case in chief testimony, which would be found in section 3.7.1. So in opinion 3 of her rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest stated, and I'm going to quote, Dr. Paulson's approach of calculating residence time for the delta as a whole to assess potential changes in CHABs is not scientifically appropriate given the delta's strong spatial heterogeneity and tidal dynamics. CHAB development depends on local residence times, not system-wide averages. DWR's use of regional and sub-regional residence time metrics is consistent with best available science, while whole delta calculations obscure the localized conditions that control bloom formation. So that's a quote from DWR 508R. But Dr. Priest did not address the critical shortcomings that I had identified in my case in chief testimony related to DWR's, what they called their residence time metric, which I believe to be inconsistent and incompatible with their own DSM-2 model output. So the next slide, thank you, shows the subregions that DWR defined that they used to evaluate the regional residence times. So as I described in DPWA 004, my case in chief testimony, DWR computed what I will call a pseudo-residence time for these delta subregions. So what DWR did was to add tracer in each of these subregions and do that near the beginning of each month in their simulation periods, and then to use the model to transport that tracer around and to compute the number of hours that was required for 90% of that tracer to leave each subregion for the first time. They did this for every month in the simulation period, and then they averaged the results for each month and presented those results in their analyses. So in her rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest cited to some scientific literature. One of the citations was to a paper by Lucas and Delierschneider, 2020, who said that, and I'm going to quote again, "A strict interpretation of this residence time is the time taken to leave a water body for the first time, an important distinction in tidal systems where oscillatory transport can cause particles to exit and then re-enter the domain of interest one or more times." In her rebuttal testimony, Dr. Priest stated that, and again, I'm going to quote, "The residence time metric used in the DCP analysis captures the integrated influence of tidal oscillations on transport and flushing without the need to explicitly track each tidal excursion," end quote. Dr. Priest also cited Monson et al., 2002, and that study provided examples of different calculations that can be used to characterize transport timescales in different systems. So Monson et al. Said, and I'll quote, "that there is no single transport timescale for a system that is valid for all time periods, locations, and constituents, and that no one timescale describes all transport processes. By selecting timescales most appropriate for the questions being addressed and explicitly defining the calculation approach, we can develop a practice that adds rigor to our application of transport timescales for revealing mechanisms of spatial and temporal variability in aquatic systems." So that's a quote from a paper that was submitted as DWR 521. So, and again, I apologize for the long quotations, but also quoting from that paper, Monson et al. Noted that the definition of residence time whereby a particle leaves the domain for the first time, and here starts the quote, does not include consideration of oscillating transport of water and scalars into and out of the lake, and by the lake Monson et al. Was meaning Mildred Island within the delta, over multiple tidal cycles. So continuing the quote, "The total amount of time a particle spends in the domain, the exposure time, might be a more relevant time scale than residence time for some geochemical and biological processes. For example, the long-term net growth of phytoplankton depends on the full range of growth consumption conditions along tidal trajectories, and these conditions vary along bathymetry gradients. Therefore, the growth dynamics of a patch of phytoplankton in a tidal flow could be a strong function of the total amount of time spent in a particular, e.g., high growth environment. We see that the exposure time of particles is longer than the residence time in many regions because particles that exit that system can subsequently re-enter. And I'm going to end the quote there. And again, that's from DWR 521. Excuse me. In summary, the literature that Dr. Priest referenced explains that in tidal environments such as the Delta, exposure time is more relevant for understanding and predicting phytoplankton growth than residence time when you define residence time as leaving a specific subregion, quote, for the first time. So Dr. Priest's methodology, in fact, does not account for tidal sloshing, and therefore the pseudo-residence times that she used to evaluate residence time are just simply not relevant for evaluating HABs in the Delta. So what we did was to use DWR's model results to show that water leaving one subregion of the Delta for the first time, which is what DWR evaluated, will return again and again and again and enter other subregions of the Delta. So water from one subregion can slosh back and forth between that subregion and adjacent subregions. We go to the next slide. I'm going to show you some of DWR's DSM-2 model results for their release of tracer in the subregion that they call San Joaquin River at Jersey Point. But first, this table is reproduced from DWR 514R, and it shows DWR's, what I call their pseudo-residence times computed for that subregion. So these results are shown for the 2043 CC50 model scenarios, and they show that DWR's computed pseudo-residence time for this region is 8 hours or less. And it shows no difference between the no project and the DCP conditions. So both Dr. Priest and Mr. Singh were asked during cross-examination following their rebuttal testimony whether they had evaluated the model results that I showed in my case-in-chief testimony. Those results were drawn directly from DWR's modeling files, and they showed that tracer concentrations in this subregion did not drop finally to less than 10% for about 9 days. And both Dr. Priest and Mr. Singh indicated that DWR had not analyzed the information that I presented. So moving to the next slide. And this slide references the animation that's shown in DPWA 059. So it was embedded in the PowerPoint, but when the PowerPoint was converted to a PDF, that was lost. So if it's possible to bring up DPWA 059, that would be helpful. Thank you. So while that's being pulled up, what we did was to use DWR's model results to show why it's important to consider that tidal sloshing. And so what this simulation shows, and yes, if you can hit, thank you. So this shows tracer that was added to that San Joaquin River at Jersey Point subregion, which consists of 2 DSM-2 model channels. And it shows how that tracer moves through both that region and adjacent channels as a function of time within DWR's model simulations. So this shows the tracer that's added to that subregion on July 3rd, 2000 in the 2043 CC50 model run with 1/2 foot of sea level rise. And any channel that is coded as, if you could play it, just keep playing that, that would be great. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. In any channel that is shown as that light yellow color has a tracer concentration of less than 10%. So what you see as this plays is that DWR's model results show that water that leaves this subregion on a flood tide quickly returns, and it sloshes back and forth through that subregion and into and out of adjacent channels for many days. So DWR's model simulations show that it takes about 252 hours or 10.5 days for tracer concentrations in this subregion to finally and completely fall to less than 10%. So again, the water sloshes through this subregion for much, much longer time frames than the 8 hours that DWR used as its pseudo-residence time for this subregion. So again, as this plays, you can see these relatively high concentrations of tracer continue to slosh back and forth with the tides. And here we're at day 7, and you still have concentrations that exceed 20%, or 10%, excuse me, in multiple subregions. And then I believe the simulation ends around day 10. So at day 10, you still have concentrations higher than 10% within that subregion. Thank you. And then I apologize for this, but if we move back to the PowerPoint, and I think we'll be on slide 35. This slide, we couldn't obviously include the animations in the paper or the PDF copy of the report. So we did include an example or excerpts of some of those simulations. So what this shows is our presentation of DWR's DSM-2 model results in 2 formats. At the top panel, the long skinny panel at the top, that shows the tracer concentrations in the Jersey Point subregion as a function of time over the first 3 days of that animation. And then the bottom 4 panels are snapshots of the concentration over the first 9 hours. So the snapshots show again that water that in this case left the subregion by hour 3 returned into the subregion in concentrations that still exceeded 40% in hour 9. So for this particular month, DWR would have counted a pseudo-residence time of 3 hours, but that water came back into the subregion at hour 9. And then the next slide shows the same thing, but again, for a longer time period. So the prior slide showed through day 3, and this slide shows through about day 11. And then the snapshots are at 0, 2, 4, and 6 days. Again, it took about 10.5 days for the tracer to flush to less than 10% in this subregion once and for all. And again, much longer than the pseudo-residence times estimated by DWR, which were 8 hours or less. So recall that DWR defined these subregions because they were selected as primary bloom regions. But again, there's no reason to believe that HAB cells would die or be inactivated when they leave the region for the first time. So the next slide. Thank you. We used the same model runs actually to prepare animations showing how the 3 subregions that DWR defined near Discovery Bay are connected. So DWR stated, Dr. Priest stated, and I'm going to quote again, in DWR 00514, quote, "The subregions used in the CHAB analysis align with established hydrodynamic units routinely applied in DSM-2. These subregions reflect known differences in channel connectivity, tidal exchange, and water mass retention," end quote. We were unclear what Dr. Priest meant when she noted that these regions reflect known differences in channel connectivity, particularly when they are located adjacent to each other. So again, we use DWR's models to develop animations for the subregions that are shown here. The red labeling here is ours, and we've just adjusted the labels that were included in the map DWR had in DWR 404 to correct the subregion names. And we use DWR's tracer results for tracer added to the Discovery Bay subregion to evaluate where water from that subregion went when it left that subregion. The next slide is a placeholder for the animations. And again, apologies, but I'm going to ask if we can switch to the video labeled DPWA 60. And this video will show DWR's model results for a tracer that was added to the Discovery Bay region. Thank you. So this tracer started out solely in the area that's labeled as the black dot, and then with the tides moves into and out of adjacent channels. So you can see that tracer that's added to the Discovery Bay region moves into the subregion that is labeled channels near Discovery Bay within about 12 hours. And it remains in that subregion at concentrations that exceed 10% for more, well over 2.5 days, for multiple days. In fact, it takes more than 20 days for tracer that had been added to the Discovery Bay subregion to drop to concentrations below 10% in the subregion that's called channels near Discovery Bay. So in addition, you can see that a tracer that's placed into Discovery Bay also flows into the region that's called Old River at Rock Slough at concentrations that exceed 10%. And it flows at concentrations that exceed 10% to the south and to channels that are outside the entrance to Discovery Bay. So what these animations show is that DWR's model results show that water from one subregion flows into adjacent subregions such that they are clearly hydraulically connected, and the subregions exchange water and, of course, have cells that would be carried with that water with each other over time periods that greatly exceed DWR's pseudo-residence times. And then if we could move back to the PowerPoint, I think we'll be on slide 39. And thank you. So again, we included figures in the report that are just snapshots from the movie. And there's actually a discrepancy here. The report includes a figure that shows snapshots from the movie for days 0 through 2.5, or through days 0 through 20. But the snapshots on this slide show through day 2.5. But both are correct and they're consistent with the animations that we just looked at. Next slide, please. So in her testimony, Dr. Priest said, quote, "When considering the approach to calculate residence time, it is important to recognize that even if water or individual cyanobacterial cells re-enter a subregion through tidal sloshing, that does not necessarily mean they continue to grow or contribute meaningfully to a bloom. Growth of cyanobacteria depends on favorable conditions for light, temperature, nutrient availability, and water column stability, all of which can change substantially over short spatial and temporal scales. As cells are transported back and forth with the tides, they are also exposed to varying salinity, turbulence, and other effects that can limit or disrupt bloom development. Moreover, even if a cell is transported into an adjacent subregion, there is no guarantee it will continue to grow or aggregate with other cells to form a bloom, since the necessary environmental conditions may not persist or align across boundaries," end quote. That's from DWR 508R. Dr. Priest also said, quote, "Cyanobacterial cells have short lifespans, typically days to weeks, under even favorable conditions, and are sensitive to environmental fluctuations in light, temperature, salinity, and mixing. As cells move through the delta, they are continually exposed to variable and often unfavorable conditions that can disrupt or terminate growth. Accordingly, movement through multiple subregions does not imply continued viability or an increased likelihood of bloom formation. Thus, even if cells are transported into an adjacent subregion, there is no guarantee they will remain viable, continue to grow, or aggregate into a bloom," end quote. And that one's from DWR 514R. However, DWR hasn't provided any evidence that the factors it cites will vary across the delta or between subregions in ways that would disrupt bloom formation. So we looked at these factors one by one. So for example, with respect to light, DWR has not presented any model results, measurements, or analyses showing whether light or light penetration varies between delta subregions. With respect to nutrients, DWR did discuss in DWR 529 that variations in nutrient concentrations can occur between wet and dry years, and I agree with that. But this information doesn't support Dr. Priest's inference that nutrient concentrations could vary between delta subregions, or that such variance may affect the likelihood of HAB occurrence. With respect to water column stability, it's unclear to us what Dr. Priest means by this term, but DWR's modeling shows little variation in velocity as a result of DCP implementation, because they used only what they called the 15-minute absolute velocity, which confirms only that flows in the delta are tidal. DWR has not presented evidence that shows how velocities vary from one subregion to another, or that these variations are meaningful for HAB formation. And in fact, we know that blooms have occurred in many locations within the delta where tidal flows occur across a range of velocities. And then this slide gets to temperature. So this figure shows DWR's model results for long-term average water temperature in the delta for summer, June, July, and August months for the 2043 CC50 ITP operation scenarios. And what you see is very little variation in temperature from one subregion to the next, on the order of a few degrees Fahrenheit. DWR also presented results in their analysis that showed that the long-term average monthly temperature for September for the 2043 CC50 scenario is lowest in Frank's Tract, would be about 68.6 degrees Fahrenheit, and then highest in the Sacramento River, where it would be about 69.2 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's a difference of about 0.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So DWR's assertion that differences in water temperature between subregions will vary in ways that are meaningful to HAB formation or growth really is unsupported. And the next slide, please. DWR also asserted that salinity and differences in salinity within the delta may affect HAB growth. And so we've pulled a figure here from DWR 483, which is a journal publication where Dr. Priest and her co-authors showed data related to the salt tolerance of microcystis. So microcystis is the bar that is outlined in red here. We added the red bar. And it shows that microcystis growth ceases at about 14 parts per thousand salinity. And I would note that salinity within the delta is much, much lower than 14 parts per thousand. 14 parts per thousand is approaching about half the salinity of seawater. So really, the salinity in the delta is much, much lower than the salinity that would affect the growth of microcystis. And salinity doesn't vary between delta subregions in a way that would affect HAB blooms. So we walked through the factors that DWR asserted would vary between subregions in a way that they assert would affect HABs. And we can find no evidence that they've presented that would support those assertions that water quality or the physical conditions within the delta or between subregions would vary in a way that would be meaningful to HAB growth. Next slide, please. So rebuttal opinion 5 here would map to opinion 7 or section 3.7.2 of my case in chief testimony. This is in response to Dr. Priest's statement in her rebuttal report that my previous calculations of delta-wide residence time were flawed because I used an incorrect estimate of the total delta volume. And as I explained, we updated those computations to use a delta volume that excludes Sassoon Bay. And we reached the same conclusion, which is that the DCP would increase delta residence times under all scenarios. And that in turn would be likely to increase both the frequency and severity of harmful algal blooms within the delta. We also did look at the new model runs. Next slide, please. So this figure shows both the area that we used in our earlier delta-wide residence time calculations. So we had used the full volume of water that was included within the DSM-2 model domain, including the area of Sassoon Bay. What we did in the updated testimony was to revise the calculations for both the prior and the new model runs to calculate the residence time as a function of the volume of water within the statutory delta, so the area shown inside the pink outline. So the way we did that was consistent with the methodology that I presented in the case in chief testimony, which was to calculate the delta-wide residence time as the volume of water in that water body divided by the inflows. So we followed the same methodology, used the same inflows, but used a smaller volume corresponding to the volume of the statutory delta. And again, for both the case in chief testimony model scenarios and the new model scenarios. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the results of our updated calculations. And here we're showing the FEIR model scenarios as the top 5 bars for 2020 and 2040. Then the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, which are for 2020 conditions. And then the bottom 4 bars are for the baseline and ITP 2043 scenarios that DWR created. Here we're looking at the delta-wide monthly residence times, which are expressed in units of days. And the numbers in the middle of the bars show the median values. So based on this, I think we can pull 2 major conclusions. One is that climate change by itself increases delta residence times. So the no project residence times are longer in the future scenarios with climate change and with sea level rise than in the baseline scenarios. So for example, the long-term median residence time will increase from 14.8 days under the FEIR scenario to 15.1 days in the updated baseline scenario, which still 2020 climate conditions, but looks at non-stationary climate. And then that delta-wide residence time will increase to 16.8 days in the 2043 climate CC50 scenarios with half a foot of sea level rise, and then it increased further to 18.4 days with a foot of sea level rise in the CC95 scenario. The second major conclusion is that the DCP would increase the median residence time even further. So for the FEIR 2020 scenarios, the residence time would increase from a median of 14.8 days to a median of 15.2 days. For the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, the median residence time would increase from 15.1 to 15.5 days. And then for the 2043 CC50 scenarios with a foot of sea level rise, the median residence time would increase from 18.4 to 18.5 days. And then the next slide shows results tabulated this time by month. And so this, these 2 tables, which are in the report, summarize the average residence times by month for the 2020 scenarios, that's the table on the left, and for the future scenarios, both the FEIR 2040 and the 2043 climate scenarios. So, and the bottom row shows the annual long-term average residence time, and it shows that it would increase as a result of the DCP by between 2.6 and 4.6% for the 2020 model scenarios, And then for the future scenarios shown on the right, the DCP would increase the long-term average annual residence time between 1.5% and 2.4% for, again, the future climate scenarios. So again, climate change and sea level rise by themselves will increase delta residence times. And the DCP, if implemented, would increase those residence times further. So the next slide shows the same thing that was presented in the prior slide, but just in graphical format. And if we look at the increase in residence times for different months, we can see that the changes in residence time are not distributed evenly over the various months of the year. So if you look at the top left graphic, for example, it shows October results. And what we see is that the October 2020 conditions, the most current ones, for the updated baseline, the residence time, median residence time would be 21.7 days, and that would increase for ITP operations to 23.1 days. That's an increase of a bit more than 6%. For the month of July, the increase between the updated baseline and the ITP scenarios would be from 13.1 to 14.1 days. That's an increase of about 10%. For August, it would increase from baseline of 15.9 to ITP operations residence time of about 16.7 days, an increase of about 5%. And then for September, the residence time would increase from about 19.6 in the baseline conditions to about 22.6 in the ITP operations scenario. That's an increase of about 15%. For the 2043 CC50 half a foot of sea level rise scenarios, the largest increase would occur in October from a baseline of about 22.9 to ITP operations scenario of about 26. So that's an increase in the delta-wide residence time of about 14% in that scenario. And then finally, for the 2043 CC95 scenario with a foot of sea level rise, again, the largest increase in residence time is in October and would be from about 26.3 days to about 27.9 days, an increase as a result of the DCP of about 6%. And then the next slide shows the results broken out for the full 100-year scenarios by water year type. And again, I won't belabor this, but it shows that in all water year types, the residence time of the delta will increase due to climate change, and that the DCP would increase that residence time further. Next slide, please. We did also look at the UIF scenarios, and again, we compared them to the baseline and the ITP operations scenarios for 2043. So here we have all 6 of those scenarios, all of them with half a foot of sea level rise. And if the DCP were operated to UIF requirements, the impacts to delta-wide residence times would be a little bit lower than they are if the project were not operated to the ITP requirements. And then the next slide shows the results for individual months. The same thing holds true. Again, we could not evaluate residence times for the DCP operational scenarios for the period of operation 2045 or later, because we don't have DSM-2 modeling for the 2070 or 2085 operation scenarios. The next slide, please. We also wanted to show the impact of DCP operations in a different way in terms of what fraction of the delta inflows would be exported under the various model scenarios that we had. So to do that, we looked at the export to inflow, the E to I ratio, which is currently limited in D1641 to 35% for the months of February through June and to 65% for the months of July to January. So any increase in the E to I ratio means that more of the delta inflows would be exported from the delta and would not flow out to the bay, such that flushing of the delta would be reduced if you have a higher E to I ratio. Now, we did two things for the DCP scenarios. We modified the E, the export portion, to add the exports that would occur at the North Delta diversion intakes. That's consistent with the change that DWR has requested as part of its proposed permit conditions. And we also made a second change. We modified the I, the inflows portion, to subtract the NDD exports from the delta inflows. And we did that because the Sacramento River water that is exported from the Sacramento River channel near the North Delta won't reach the interior delta, won't be available for flushing in the interior delta, and won't flow to the bay. The diagrams here show sample results of this analysis for 2018, which is a below normal water year. So what we did was we added the total inflows at each of these locations shown by the arrows for the whole water year. And we added the exports also for the whole water year. What you see on the left is the baseline condition where you don't have the DCP operating. So the E to I ratio for this water year would be about 16.2%, meaning that together the CVP and the SWP would export about 16.2% of the delta inflows over this water year. On the right, you have the results with the DCP and with that modified E to I ratio. And you see that that E to I ratio would increase to about 22.6%, meaning that together the CVP and the SWP would export a larger fraction, 22.6% of the delta inflows. So again, that change means that there would be less flushing in the interior delta, corresponding with higher residence time. So when you export more water from the delta, that water is not available to flow out to the bay or to persist in the interior delta over time, and that decreases the amount of flushing. So this is directly analogous to a whole of delta residence time and is another way of visualizing or considering the impact of the delta exports on delta residence times. Next slide, please. We also did this analysis for different year types and for different months. So what I showed you previously is the delta. Let's see, so this is, I have my slides mixed up, I apologize. This is a critical year. So this shows results over the whole water year, again, for the 2043 CC50 half a foot of sea level rise scenario. And what you see here is that the E to I ratio would increase from 17.3% in the baseline condition with no DCP to 18.2% with the DCP. So this increase is a result of DCP implementation. It's an increase of about 5% in the E to I ratio, which again is a higher fraction of the delta inflows that would be exported and therefore wouldn't ultimately flow to the bay. And then the next slide, please, shows results for a specific month. So this is July 2018, which is a below normal year. In this specific month, for the 2043 CC50 scenario, the E to I ratio would increase from a baseline level of 11.6% with no DCP to 55.6%. So that's an increase of more than 350%. South Delta exports from the baseline to this DCP operation scenario go up. Plus, there's a large quantity of water, 5,540 CFS, that would be exported from the North Delta diversion intakes under this scenario. So again, this is directly from DSM-2 model, DWR's DSM-2 model results. They show a very significant change in the amount, the fraction of the inflows to the delta that would be exported from the delta. Again, thereby increasing delta residence times and reducing flushing. Regarding the permit terms, again, DWR's permit terms request an adjustment to the E part of the E to I ratio. We believe it would also be important to adjust the I, the inflows part of the E to I ratio as well, to accurately reflect the fact that the Sacramento River water exported from the Delta near the North Delta would not flow into the South Delta and would not be available to the middle of the Delta or to the other regions of the Delta, would not flow out to the bay. Next slide, please. Opinion 6.
Excuse me, Dr. Paulson.
Yes.
Pardon me, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I wonder if this would be a good time to take a short break.
It is a good time. And thank you, Ms. Tabor. And I apologize, Dr. Paulson. I meant to interject at some point and say, anytime you need a break, you're doing great on your voice, but certainly today you're on the spot. So anytime you need a break, please don't hesitate to ask for a few minutes. But let's go ahead, since we're switching here, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:36.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Excellent. And I see we have Dr. Paulson, Dr. Garcia, Ms. Carroll, and I want to make sure we have Ms. Tabor as well.
Yes, I'm here.
You're here. Great,
you.
thank you. Then with that, I think back to you, Dr. Paulson.
Okay, I think we are on slide 53. Exactly, thank you. So this would map to opinions 3 and 4 in my case in chief testimony. And in that testimony, I noted that DWR didn't model conditions within the delta if and when TUCPs are requested. They used glass wall assumptions that assumed that all of the water remained inside the delta channels, and they didn't evaluate catastrophic failures in the delta or the impact that exporting water from the North Delta diversion locations would have on the recovery of the delta and delta water quality following catastrophic failures. And this remains true for DWR's new scenarios. Next slide, please. It looks like DWR may have performed some modeling that could be used to evaluate these scenarios. So this quote is from Carrie Buckman's testimony to the Delta Stewardship Council. And she said specifically, now we expect rivers to fluctuate much more widely because of this weather whiplash instead of sustained flows. So we need to capture water when it's available, understanding it won't be available for long and steady periods. So this will be worsened by sea level rise. The more sea level rise there is, the more we need to release water from reservoirs to keep that salinity out in the bay, and that limits water and storage available for water supply or fishery protection. Also, seismic events could cause concerns. Multiple levee failures would cause salinity intrusion. And some of our modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all. So obviously, if there are long periods when diversions from the Delta could not occur, this would impact in-Delta water users. And really, in-Delta water users can't understand the impact of the DCP on their operations and on water quality and hydrodynamics in the Delta unless and until these things are analyzed. Next slide, please. So opinion 7 is wholly new. It doesn't build on opinions from the case in chief testimony because the fall X2 removal action happened after we presented our case in chief testimony. And this point in this opinion get to the idea that the operations of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project must be coordinated. So specifically, this opinion describes that DWR has not evaluated either baseline scenarios or DCP operations that do not include Fall X2 requirements, even though the Bureau of Reclamation has adopted a record of decision that removes the Fall X2 requirements. So the term X2 refers to, and I'm going to quote from D1641, which is AHO 49. X2 is, quote, the location of the 2 parts per thousand salinity contour, isohaline, 1 meter off the bottom of the estuary, as measured in kilometers upstream from the Golden Gate Bridge. So again, all of DWR's DSM-2 model scenarios, including the FVIR scenarios, the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, and their future conditions scenarios, operate to D1641 requirements, including Fall X2. The record of decision issued by Reclamation in December 2025 adopted, quote, a revised long-term operations plan for the coordinated operation of the CVP and SWP. So specifically, Reclamation adopted what they call Action 5, which would remove the Fall X2 requirements, which are the Delta smelt, summer, and fall habitat action requirements. So Reclamation prepared an environmental compliance sufficiency review that they assert, quote, documents Reclamation's analysis demonstrating Action 5 is within the scope of the 2024 LTO final EIS, end quote. And that document is included as DPWA 48. They also said in DPWA 50 that this action was, quote, based on U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service findings, that the action is not expected to significantly affect Delta smelt survival, end quote. The fact sheet for Reclamation's Action 5 noted that the updated operations plan, quote, allows the CVP to increase annual water deliveries by 130 to 180,000 acre feet, and the SWP by 120 to 220,000 acre feet, depending on hydrologic conditions and subject to the state's adoption of Action 5. And that's DPWA 50. So Action 5 would export more water from the Delta than happens currently with the Fall X2 requirements in place. In DPWA 48, which again is Reclamation's environmental compliance sufficiency review, Reclamation noted that, quote, water quality parameters bromide, chloride, selenium, methyl mercury, and harmful algal blooms under Action 5 are expected to fall within the previously analyzed range, and water quality effects from these parameters of Action 5 are not anticipated to be materially different from those analyzed in the 2024 LTO final EIS. They also said, quote, salinity conditions in the Delta under Action 5 are generally within the range analyzed in the 2024 LTO final EIS. However, modeled results indicate instances of elevated salinity at certain Delta locations, like the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, end quote. So the State Water Board has already weighed in a bit on this issue, and on November 10th, 2025, the State Water Board issued a letter related to what was then the proposed Action 5, which said, and I'm going to quote from that letter, Action 5 was not included in the 2024 LTO final EIS and removes actions that were included in that analysis. The letter also says, the State Water Board previously advised Reclamation that it should not incorporate reliance on TUCPs in its analyses, as TUCPs are not legally available to Reclamation, absent an emergency drought declaration by a California governor, a subsequent discretionary action by a California governor to issue an executive order that waives compliance with Port Cologne under the Emergency Services Act, and a further discretionary approval by the State Water Board relying upon the hypothetical executive order with findings appropriate to that executive order. Such continued speculation appears to be a defective basis for Reclamation's Action 5 analysis and conclusions, end quote. That letter also states, Action 5 assumes the use and approval of TUCPs on a consistent and prolonged basis. Reclamation is already on notice that assuming TUCPs will be requested and granted is inappropriate and unsupported, and the State Water Board has consistently raised legal concerns with this assumption during the LTO processes for the projects. So, to evaluate the impact of the Fall X2 removal action, we looked at Reclamation's DSM-2 runs for the Fall X2 removal action. Those runs assumed 1/2 foot of sea level rise, but they didn't include the operations of the DCP. As I've previously noted, DWR's model runs, some of which also assumed 1/2 foot of sea level rise, did not include the Fall X2 removal action. So we don't have model runs that we can use to evaluate the effects of both of those actions if they were taken together, but we can look at the model runs that simulate the Fall X2 removal action and the separate model runs that simulate the DCP implementation to infer what the combined impacts might be. So the next slide. This figure is reproduced from Reclamation's analysis, and shows, it's from their environmental compliance sufficiency review document. It shows the long-term average salinity in the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point by month for various scenarios. So the NAA and the ALT scenarios that are shown in the caption are scenarios that were evaluated in Reclamation's final EIS. And then the Action 5 scenario is sort of the light blue, I guess, dotted line that is the subject of their record of decision. So here I'm going to describe a comparison between the no action alternative and the Action 5 scenario, which is, again, the Fall X2 removal action. So these results show that the long-term salinity at Jersey Point shows them by month for various scenarios, and shows that the long-term average salinity will be much higher for the Fall X2 removal action than for a no action alternative, meaning current operations. So for example, in October, that's the leftmost line on the graph. The long-term average October salinity is 1,100 micromoles per centimeter in the no action alternative, the solid black line. And that 1,100 would rise to over 1,600 micromoles per centimeter in the Action 5, again, the light dotted blue line that's sort of near the top. That's an increase of more than 45% in the long-term average salinity at Jersey Point for the month of October. And we also see significant increases in long-term average salinity in August, September, and November, in addition to October, which makes sense because those are the months that would be primarily affected by this action. So the next slide, thank you, shows, this is also from Reclamation's, reproduced from Reclamation's document, and they tabulated the results. Honestly, it's not exactly clear what is being shown in this table because it's not labeled very clearly. We think it appears to show the long-term average minimum monthly salinity and the long-term average maximum monthly salinity from the LTO final EIS for the various actions or alternatives that were evaluated in the final EIS. That would be the left two EC results columns. We think these are EC as well. That's not labeled. Then there are two columns for historical min and max observed. We think it's EC. It's not clear if those are grab samples or if those are averaged. And then the rightmost column is Reclamation's presentation of long-term average, we think, long-term average monthly salinity for Action 5. And we think we know what that one is because it appears to match some of the numbers on the prior slide that I just showed. All of these locations are in the Western Delta. So this table, stepping back a moment, presents results for Jersey Point, Emmetton, Collinsville, and Rock Slough, all in the Western Delta region for various combinations of the months of October through January. So if our interpretation of these results and what this table shows is correct, it appears to show that the long-term monthly average EC for the Action 5 scenario is greater than the maximum monthly EC from all of the various final EIS alternative scenarios. It also appears to show that what we think is the long-term average of Action 5, which is the average of 100 monthly values, would be greater than the maximum value shown for the EIS scenarios. This indicates a much, much higher salinity in the Western Delta that would occur as a result of the Fall X2 removal action than we have as a result of current operations scenarios. The next slide, please. So this is also a screenshot from Reclamation's analysis, and they also presented the long-term average monthly salinity at Emmetton. The color scheme and the scenarios in this graph are the same as the prior graph that I showed for Jersey Point. And again, what it shows is significantly higher long-term average salinity at Edmonton in August, September, October, and November. So again, that light blue dotted line is much higher than the solid black no action alternative line in those months. And then on the next slide, Reclamation also tabulated some of their results. So there's a very large table which is on the right, and then I've blown up just the bottom rows from that table in the popped out excerpt that you can sort of actually read the numbers in. And what these tabulated results show is in the top row of that popped out excerpt, the full simulation period, so it's a 100-year simulation period, long-term average monthly salinity, and it shows that that long-term average value would increase by 47 micromoles per centimeter in August, by 409 micromoles per centimeter in September, by 589 micromoles per centimeter in October, and 248 micromoles per centimeter in November. And then we also have results for wet and above normal years. And they show, for example, so this is at Edmonton, they show that the salinity at Edmonton would increase by 1,243 micromoles per centimeter and by 1,510 micromoles per centimeter, respectively, in wet and above normal years. And they also show significant increases in salinity in wet and above normal years. And again, those are the year types in which this action would apply. Significant increases in salinity in August, September, October, and November. So on this basis, I think it's safe to conclude that delta salinity will increase markedly in wet and above normal years, particularly in these months, as a result of removing Fall X2 requirements. Next slide, please. So we also obtained Reclamation's model results and used them to compute delta-wide monthly residence times, and we compared those to DWR's modeling. So some of the model assumptions may be different, but all of the models that are shown here have half a foot of sea level rise, and they're both, the summary results are computed over the same 100-year simulation period. So what this shows is that the DCP would increase median residence times from, and this is for above normal years, from 13.6 days in the baseline condition to 14.4 days in the DCP condition. And that action 5, the bottom two bars, would increase median residence times from 13.3 days to 13.4 days in baseline and action 5 or no fall X2 conditions respectively. So both of these actions would increase residence times, but again, they haven't been modeled together. We expect that the results would be additive, at least to some extent, but we don't have modeling to show how that would work. Next slide, please. We also used Reclamation's model results and DWR's model results to look at the increases in salinity at Edmonton that the model results predict. So here we're comparing DWR's 2043 CC50 model results. Those are the half foot of sea level rise results for 2043. We've got the red and the blue bars for that as the no project and DCP, ITP operations, respectively. And then the yellow and the green bars are Reclamation's no action and action 5 model results, respectively. And these are averages over the full 100-year period, again, with half a foot of sea level rise. So what we see is that the difference between the red and the blue bars indicates that the DCP would increase the long-term average monthly salinity, especially in the July to January time period. And then the yellow and the green bars show that the Fall X2 removal action will increase the long-term average monthly salinity, particularly in the August to November timeframes. And then the next slide, please. We also tabulated our analyses of Reclamation's and DWR's model results. and show here the top row, the top table shows the results for Edmonton, and the bottom table shows for Jersey Point. So the top table at Edmonton shows that the DCP would increase the Edmonton salinity from an October value of 1988 micromoles per centimeter to 2049 micromoles per centimeter. So the DCP would increase the salinity at Edmonton in October by about 3% on average. And then the Fall X2 removal action would increase the Edmonton salinity from about 1772 micromoles per centimeter to 2361 micromoles per centimeter. So that's an increase of about 33%. I won't recite the numbers, but the results for Jersey Point in the bottom table are similar. So again, these results show that the DCP implementation, ITP operations alone would increase salinity for half a foot of sea level rise in these different months. And then the Fall X2 removal action would by itself increase the salinity in these particular year types and months. But we don't have modeling that shows both the DCP operations and the Fall X2 removal action. We don't know what the DCP operations would look like under the Fall X2 removal action. But I think it's safe to infer that the salinity increases of both those actions taken together would be greater than the salinity increases of either action taken alone. The next slide, thank you, shows, again, the CVP and the SWP are operated together, and Reclamation's record of decision indicated that the proposed Action 5, the Fall X2 removal action, would allow those two projects together to export between 250 and 400,000 acre feet per year, additional above the no action alternative levels, of course, depending upon the year type and hydrologic conditions. Since they're operated jointly, it's unclear if the CVP, the federal project, is no longer operated to Fall X2, whether the state and the State Water Project would attempt to take that obligation and attempt to meet the Fall X2 requirements alone. It would likely be infeasible for the State Water Project to do so. In addition, as I noted in the report, some of the Delta salinity monitoring locations have been taken offline and data from those stations is no longer available publicly. So it's unclear what data are available to support salinity management in the Delta. So to assess how the Fall X2 removal action might affect and add to DCP exports, we use Reclamation's DSM-2 modeling to evaluate how much additional water could be exported from the Delta with the Fall X2 removal. So we've also shown here the DCP exports that are predicted by DWR's modeling. Again, both half a foot of sea level rise, both over the full 100-year period. So what we see is that the DCP would increase the long-term average total Delta exports from 4.41 million acre feet per year to 4.83 million acre feet per year. That's an increase of 9.5%. And then the Fall X2 removal action will increase the long-term average total Delta exports from 4.69 million acres feet per year to 4.95 million acre feet per year. That's an increase of about 5.5% as a long-term average. Again, water that's exported from the Delta would be unavailable to flush the Delta. That would cause higher residence times, that would reduce flushing, that would increase the risk of HABs, would increase salinity, and potentially cause other impacts as well. So again, it's likely that if both the DCP and the Fall X2 removal action were implemented together, the exports would be greater than shown here, and the impacts to the Delta would be greater. The next slide. In my opinion, it would be important to do additional DSM-2 modeling to understand how the DCP would be operated with the Fall X2 removal action, and to understand the impacts to hydrodynamics and water quality and in Delta water user operations if both the DCP operations were implemented and the Fall X2 removal actions were taken together. Next slide, please. So the eighth opinion, and we're getting there, I promise. This would map to opinion 5 of the case in chief testimony, and it has to do with the source of water that would be exported for use by the State Water Project under the DCP. And specifically, it would change, and the State Water Project contractors would benefit from improved water quality. We evaluated that in the form of lower salinity, and also from increased diversions of Sacramento River water. In the case in chief testimony, we evaluated that for the case in chief model runs, and here we've added the new DWR model scenarios. Next slide, please. So in its January 2026 DCP operations fact sheet, DWR stated, and I'm going to quote again, in the late spring, summer, and fall, DWR may shift a portion of State Water Project diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta if it improves water quality management. Once the DCP is operational, DWR will coordinate operations with appropriate local agencies and provide projections of tidal reverse flows and anticipated diversions from the North Delta intakes, end quote. And that fact sheet has been submitted as DPWA 41. So I also earlier in this presentation shared a quote from the DWR, from DWR Representative Carrie Buckman. Her statements to the Delta Stewardship Commission in February noted that, quote, some of DWR's modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all. This graphic shows the long-term average salinity of the State Water Project exports for the FEIR scenarios, the updated baseline and ITP scenarios, and then the bottom 4 rows are DWR's newest 2043 scenarios. The NDD priority scenario was a sensitivity analysis that was performed only in the FEIR. It shows the greatest salinity improvements, and so the greatest water quality benefit of all these scenarios, but it wasn't evaluated for the later conditions. So what we see from this graph is that the FEIR baseline has a long-term average median salinity of 410 micromoles per centimeter. The alternative 5, which is the proposed DCP operations in the EIR, had 344 micromoles per centimeter salinity. So that's a 16% lower salinity with the DCP just from the EIR 2020 conditions. And then the NDD priority was predicted to have a salinity of 307 micromoles per centimeter, so 25% lower than the no project runs. For the new 2043 scenarios, the long-term average median salinity would change from 406 without the DCP to 351 micromoles per centimeter with the DCP for the half foot of sea level rise simulations. And for 1 foot of sea level rise, the long-term average median salinity would decline from 415 micromoles per centimeter to 363 micromoles per centimeter as a result of DCP implementation. So again, with DCP implementation, the State Water Project exports would have significantly lower salinity than without DCP implementation. Next slide, please. We also use DWR's DSM-2 fingerprinting information to compute the volume of Sacramento River water that would be exported from the Delta. In all of the paired runs that we have, so the baseline compared to the corresponding DCP operations run, the implementation of the DCP would result in the export of much more Sacramento River water. And you can see that in the shift in the red bars. So the red bars in this figure show the long-term average volume of Sacramento River water that would be exported. And in all of these paired scenarios, the bars are longer for the DCP operations runs than they are for the baseline runs. So as an example, the 2043 CC95 scenario, the bottom scenario, would have 38% more Sacramento River water exported from the Delta. The next slide shows our analysis for the UIF scenarios. And again, the amount of Sacramento River water would increase. Oops, I'm sorry, I skipped one again. This one is the salinity for the UIF scenarios. I skipped one in my notes, not in the slides. For the UIF scenarios, the salinity long-term median salinity would be 406 micromoles per centimeter for the baseline condition and 350 for the DCP proposed ITP operation scenarios. And all of the UIF scenarios fall in between those two bookends. So they have intermediate improvements on salinity. And then, sorry, next slide. This one shows the water quality or the amount of Sacramento River water that would be exported for the UIF scenarios. And again, there's a bookend here. The amount of Sacramento River water is a long-term average that would be exported for the 2043 CC50 baseline scenario is 1.21 million acre feet without the DCP, and that would increase to 1.66 million acre feet with the DCP, and then the UIF scenarios fall in between those two values. Next slide, please. There are 3 slides here where we have taken figures from DWR 514R, and they show DWR's presentation of their fingerprinting analyses, so the source water modeling for the 2043 scenario with 1/2 foot of sea level rise. So the top panel here shows the change in the source water percentages at Banks pumping plant. The green bars would be above the no change line, which means that more Sacramento River water would be exported. And here, this is in all months except August. And the values of those bars, they range from 0.9% in September to 13.9% more Sacramento River water in February. The middle panel shows the change in the source water at Edmonton. And so what you see is the green bars are below the 0 line, indicating that less Sacramento River water would be available at this location after implementation of the DCP, and that water from other sources, the bars above the 0 line, would make up the difference. And then the bottom panel is the same thing for the source water in the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. Again, there's a decrease, the green bars below the 0 line, a decrease in Sacramento River water in the Delta in all months at this location, and an increase in water from other sources. At this location, that water is made up primarily with water from the San Joaquin River. And then the next slide, please, shows another excerpt of these, and it shows the source water modeling results for the 2043 CC95 scenario with 1 foot of sea level rise. Again, the top panel shows an increase in the amount of Sacramento River water that would be exported by the State Water Project. That increase happens in all months except August and ranges from 0.8% in September to 13.4% in February. And then the middle and the bottom panels show a decrease in the amount of Sacramento River water and an increase in the amount of water from other sources at Edmonton in the middle panel and the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract in the bottom panel. Next slide. Thank you. And finally, these results are analogous results for the UIF scenarios, very similar, an increase in the amount of Sacramento River water that would be exported. This is the UIF 35% scenario, and a decrease in the amounts of Sacramento River water at Edmonton and in the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. So in summary, DWR's modeling shows for all the scenarios, the old ones and the new 2043 runs, that more Sacramento River water would be exported with the DCP compared to baseline without, and that will cause a water quality improvement for the water that's exported from the Delta by the State Water Project, and then less Sacramento River water would remain within the Delta, and the amount of water from other sources at locations inside the delta would increase to make up the difference. Next slide, please. So in my case in chief testimony, I provided information that was derived from DWR's model files to evaluate how much Feather River water would be exported from the delta under the various model scenarios. And we did two analyses. We compared the amount of water that would be diverted from the North Delta to the amount of water that would be modeled as diverted from the North Delta diversion intake locations. And we compared the amount of Feather River water that would be exported from the North Delta diversions to the amount named in DWR's water rights for Feather River water. We repeated that exercise here. We used the same methodology for the new model runs. And then the next slide shows the first set of results. So this table shows results for all of DWR's model runs, including the FEIR runs, over the 94-year time period that they all overlap, which allows us to compare the results between model runs. So these model results are for the number of months in which the North Delta diversions, as modeled, would exceed the inflows from the Feather River to the Delta. And we can see that every scenario that DWR has modeled shows that there will be some months when DWR's exports from the North Delta diversion intakes would be greater than the volume of water flowing into the Delta from the Feather River. The number of months is lower, as low as 1 month in the simulation period for the UIF scenarios. And then the next slide, thank you, shows the number of months in which the North Delta diversion volumes would exceed the volume of DWR's water rights permits for Feather River water. So in other words, the months in which the North Delta diversions would exceed 2,760 CFS. So again, the numbers are lowest for the UIF scenarios, excuse me, and they range up to 26.6% for the NDD priority scenario from the FEIR. As I said in my case in chief testimony, I don't intend to make legal conclusions or any conclusions really about DWR's water rights, but to provide information from the DWR's model runs that may be helpful and of interest as these questions are considered. Next slide, please. Pause for just a moment. Opinion 10 has to do with DWR's climate change analysis. My opinion's unchanged on this. I believe that DWR's analysis of climate change remains insufficient and doesn't represent best available science. So in my case in chief testimony, I explained several ways in which, in my opinion, DWR's analysis of climate change doesn't represent best available science. And I've reviewed the testimony of Mr. Schwartz, and I continue, after review of that testimony, to believe that DWR's analysis does not represent best available science. Next slide, please. So Mr. Schwartz was critical of my analysis of DWR's model results for the H++ scenario. And specifically, he stated that my testimony, and I'll quote, selectively emphasizes extreme H++ conditions that OPC no longer recommends and misplaces emphasis on an implausible single pathway scenario rather than the full range of likely outcomes, end quote. And that's from DWR 1306. So, in fact, my case in chief testimony relied upon the H++ scenario because at that point in time, it was the only future modeling scenario that DWR had produced. I've included in my report several quotes from my case in chief's testimony showing that I was critical of DWR's use of that scenario at that point in time because I agreed. I thought it only represented an extreme condition. So on this point, I think that Mr. Schwartz and I agree. On the second point, I mistakenly included the word future in one sentence in my opinion, which I think made it a little bit confusing. But the text of my opinion, I believe, makes it clear that DWR's efforts to include non-stationarity, it particularly as relates to changes that are anticipated to occur in the future. DWR's analysis is based on changes that have occurred to date and not on the changes that have occurred that are expected to occur in the future. So Mr. Schwartz's testimony confirmed that interpretation. He confirmed that DWR considered climate change impacts observed to date, but not those anticipated in the future. My testimony cited to specific studies that quantify important changes that are expected to occur to alter the hydrology of the watersheds that drain to the delta, including, and these are bulleted here, increases in evapotranspiration and corresponding reductions in river flows, increases in the frequency and severity of drought, increases in the frequency of extreme atmospheric rivers, and increases in wildfire impacts, which will alter the runoff response of watersheds. So that detail is included in my report. I've also included in my report additional statements by Carrie Bachman and Carla Nemeth to the Delta Stewardship Council in February 2026, where they both noted that DWR needs to plan for certain trends, including increasing weather whiplash, meaning big swings between wet and dry conditions, and the impact of atmospheric rivers and warmer air temperatures. So where it appears that Mr. Schwartz and I differ in our opinions is that Mr. Schwartz believes that it's not possible to model these future anticipated changes, or at least not to model these mechanisms individually. And he said that doing so, quote, would not improve the analysis, end quote. In contrast, I believe that best available science does exist to support these analyses. The information needed to do this is documented in the scientific literature, and I've provided some examples of that. I believe it would be both possible and wise to conduct additional sensitivity analyses to evaluate some of these expected future changes in baseline conditions, and to evaluate the corresponding changes that would need to be made to DCP operations, to quantify the changes in the DCP project benefit, and to quantify differences in the simulated impacts of the project on delta water quality and hydrodynamics. It's not my opinion that that would need to be done for each of these mechanisms one by one, but that some thoughtfully designed sensitivity analyses could be done to evaluate the anticipated impact of these changes. Next slide, please. And then opinion 11 of my report has to do with the idea that DWR's presentation of its model analyses really makes it hard to determine what the impacts of this proposed project will be. In my opinion, DWR's presentation of its analysis is incomplete and flawed and inconsistent. So I presented several ways in which I believe that that's true in my case in chief testimony, and those haven't been addressed. So I've evaluated DWR's additional modeling runs and then prepared some additional information to help describe why DWR's presentation of model results makes it really difficult to understand the expected impacts of the DCP. Next slide, please. So Mr. Singh stated in his rebuttal testimony, and I'll quote, "Results of calcium-3 and also models such as DSM-2, when calcium-3 results are used as inputs, are only reliable when analyzed using statistical representations such as exceedance plots or averages of multiple months, for example, by averaging by month and water year type. Such statistical representations will minimize the unrealistic effects that modeling artifacts occurring in individual months have on the overall analysis being conducted." That quote's from DWR 123R. Mr. Singh further stated that computing point-in-time differences between model parameters, meaning point-in-time differences between DCP model runs and baseline model runs, he stated that that would be inappropriate because of the, quote, distorting effects that step functions and threshold used in calcium 3 modeling logic can have on operations in individual months, end quote. That's also from DWR 123R. So DWR referred to the difference between monthly operations in calcium 3 and the subdaily time steps in DSM-2 as the source of these alleged modeling impacts or modeling artifacts. And a good example of this is with respect to the compliance with D1641 water quality standards. So Mr. Singh stated, quote, "These modeling results showing exceedances of D1641 water quality objectives are artifacts of the modeling process and not an indicator of actual exceedance because DWR operates the State Water Project in real time in coordination with the Bureau of Reclamation's operations of the CVP to avoid exceedances of D1641 water quality objectives, but such real-time operations cannot be represented in models," end quote. During cross-examination, Mr. Singh stated that he did not know what real-time operations could be done to avoid exceedances. And Mr. Fitzhugh stated that he does document the modeling artifacts in his work as part of the QA/QC process. But DWR hasn't provided examples or evidence of these modeling artifacts or how they evaluate them in this hearing. They didn't evaluate what I would call the water cost of real-time operations adjustments. For example, to meet salinity objectives, they could theoretically reduce exports or increase reservoir releases, but they haven't quantified or described that. And DWR has continued to use the idea of modeling artifacts as the reason that they present their results only as long-term averages or as long-term statistical summaries. So in the next few slides, I'll show some examples of DWR's model results to illustrate why DWR's presentation of long-term averages and statistical summaries really doesn't provide the type of information that's needed by in-Delta water users to evaluate the anticipated impacts of an UCP on their operations. So next slide, please. So as I described in DPWA 4, the model results, DWR processed its model results to show long-term averages, and then they provided those also in statistical summary format, which doesn't provide the kind of information you need to understand operational effects. So this figure was prepared from DWR's new 2043 CC50 model results, and it shows the simulated salinity in the Sacramento River at Edmonton for the last 5 years in the simulation period. So that simulation period included 2 wet years, 1 below normal year, 1 dry year, and 1 critical water year. The top graph shows both baseline and ITP operations scenario salinity results. So the baseline is shown in red, and the ITP operations are shown in blue. And then the bottom graph is subtracting the red from the blue. So it's the difference in salinity on a point by point or point in time basis between these model results. So what you see, the black line in the bottom graph is right near 0 for a lot of the time period. And that shows that the difference between the 2 model runs in the predicted salinity at this location is small for a lot of the time period. But there are really notable and lengthy increases in salinity that don't seem possible only as a result of modeling artifacts that would occur when you smooth model results from calcium 2 between months. So as an example, during water year 2018, that's a below normal water year, these results show that the DCP would increase salinity by more than 250 micromoles per centimeter for the months of July through September. The results show that the DCP would increase salinity by more than 1,000 micromoles per centimeter around November 2016, at about the same time that the peak salinity occurs without the project in that water year. The results show that during 2017, the EC would increase as a result of the DCP by more than 500 micromoles per centimeter for 25 days. And that it would increase, the DCP would increase the salinity by more than 250 micromoles per centimeter for 42 days. And that during the water year 2018, a below normal year, the DCP would increase the salinity by more than 250 micromoles per centimeter for 121 days, a third of the year. So it is difficult to understand how these persistent increases in salinity would be caused by modeling artifacts alone and not solely, by changes in model input or model smoothing between months. And this is the kind of detail that's lost when model results are presented only as long-term averages. Next slide, please. So Reclamation also modeled the same time period. They also modeled half a foot of sea level rise. So we used Reclamation's model results for their no action and fall X2 removal action scenarios for the same time period to show the difference. So these are results presented in the same manner, but now looking at the fall X2 removal action. So in the top panel, the yellow line is the salinity predicted by Reclamation for the no action alternative. And the green line is the salinity predicted for the fall X2 removal action. The bottom line is again the difference between the two. So this figure shows increases in salinity in the wet year, the below normal year, the dry year, and parts of the critical year as a result of fall X2 removal. For example, from August through December 2019, there's a persistent increase in salinity over a period of about 5 months. The peak increase in salinity would be more than 1,500 micromoles per centimeter. The salinity would also go up in September 2018, which is one of the months where the DCP would also increase salinity. So when you look at the two figures taken together, the one on the prior slide that showed the impacts of the DCP on top of its baseline scenario, and this figure that shows the impacts of the fall X2 removal action on top of its baseline, you can see some lengthy and persistent increases in salinity that sometimes happen at the same time of year. So again, neither of these two agencies have modeled the two actions taken together, but it's really important that that work be done. So again, this also demonstrates how relying on long-term average values to evaluate impacts is just insufficient. And doing so doesn't provide enough information to evaluate the impacts of either project taken alone, and certainly not of those two actions taken together. So specific DSM-2 modeling is really needed to evaluate the impacts of these actions taken together. Next slide, please. In my case in chief testimony, in opinion 9 of that testimony, I described how DWR's method of computing summary statistics is flawed. DWR used the same method to compute summary statistics for its new 2043 scenarios. So to illustrate how and why this method hides information, I used the 2043 CC95 model results to compute the monthly average EC at Edmonton, to subtract the DCP salinity from the no DCP salinity, and to evaluate, by doing that, the expected impacts of the project in each month, and then to compare summary statistics on those values. In other words, summary statistics on the difference between the DCP salinity and the baseline salinity. So the results are shown here in the table and the graphic for the month of December. So the table at the top shows DWR summary statistics in the left-hand column, or the middle column. It shows, Mr. Singh testified that these data, the middle column of the table, show that the median EC would increase by 86 micromoles per centimeter. But DWR's results are kind of, as presented in this table in the middle column, are an assortment of positive and negative values, which really could imply no change in salinity, a negative change in salinity, a positive change in salinity, depending on what you look at. But it's not helpful in terms of interpreting the change in salinity that would be caused by DWR's proposed project. So we used the same model files to recompute the summary statistics, and that's shown in the right-hand column. So the recomputed results show that for 10% of the Decembers in the simulation period, the DSM-2 simulated EC would increase by 134 micromoles per centimeter or more. For 5% of the Decembers, 5 of the Decembers, since it's a 100-year period, the salinity would increase by 164 micromoles or more. And then the corrected probability distribution, which is on the bottom, shows that the DCP would increase the salinity at Edmonton in about 75% of Decembers. But again, you can't tell that from DWR's computations. So again, in my opinion, DWR's presentation of the modeling results using long-term averages and summary statistics is flawed and masks or hides the information that's really needed to understand the impacts of this proposed project. Next slide, please. This slide shows where DWR evaluated its DSM-2 model results at 3 Mile Slough. So another of the protestants presented testimony regarding this, and so we looked into it. And it appears to us that DWR has evaluated DSM-2 model results for 3 Mile Slough at 2 different locations. So the map shows the locations, those 2 different locations, they're outlined in red. And the table summarizes which of the locations were used. So in its case in chief testimony in DWR 110, DWR presented results at SLTRM 004, which is not on the Sacramento River. And then in DWR 123R, it evaluated results at the station called SACR _ 3 Mile _ 431, which is at the confluence of the Sacramento River and 3 Mile Slough. There are quotes in my testimony where Mr. Singh confirmed that this is what they did. But to my knowledge, DWR hasn't presented results for 3 Mile Slough for all the model runs at all the same location or locations, which again sort of undermines the usefulness of DWR's presentation of its model results. Next slide, please. And then one more. Thank you. So in summary, it's clear from DWR's model results that climate change and sea level rise will impact delta hydrodynamics and degrade water quality, will cause longer residence times, and will increase salinity and the likelihood of HABs. And again, that's climate change and sea level rise just by themselves. The DCP would add to those impacts and would increase the impacts in delta water users and beneficial uses within the delta. So our analysis of DWR's modeling shows that DWR's simulated NDD diversions are expected at times to exceed both the volume of Feather River inflows into the delta as well as to exceed the flow rates that are specified in DWR's water rights permits. And then finally, we've conducted a detailed evaluation of DWR's new model results and continue to conclude that DWR hasn't specified what DCP operations or impacts in the delta would look like in 2045 or beyond. DWR hasn't evaluated DCP operations or delta impacts for circumstances such as when TUCPs are requested, when catastrophic failures may occur in the delta, including the impacts of North Delta diversions on delta recovery, or the impact of habitat restoration associated with the DCP on water quality and delta hydrodynamics. And DWR certainly hasn't evaluated the impacts of the fall X2 removal action. So as a result, DWR hasn't provided the information that would be necessary to evaluate DCP operations and impacts, nor has it established that the operations of the proposed DCP would not cause impacts to in-delta water users. And that concludes the rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. I think what I'd like to do before we turn to cross, just because I don't mean to over fixate on a particular slide, but there's some questions about a particular slide, and I have a feeling DWR will have the same questions, and I'm wondering if I can get to the bottom of it maybe a little more quickly. Ms. Mullen, can we pull up Dr. Paulson's presentation at slide 52? And this should be the import inflow export inflow ratio. There we go. So I was puzzled by this slide and I wanted to come back to it. First of all, I noted, and we can flip back if necessary, but I noted this slide is in CFS, while the prior slide with a similar diagram was in, I believe, 1,000 acre feet. Is that your understanding, Dr. Paulson?
I hadn't even noticed that. I believe you're correct.
Okay. Because another issue is if you, and maybe I don't know if you need to step through it or maybe you can take a look at it over lunch. But in theory, under 1,000 acre foot representation, you would expect the blue arrows in total and the red arrows in total to equal one another, right? Wouldn't that be the expectation?
Yes, since DCD is in here, I believe that's correct. We will have to look at that
Okay.
again.
And that may be the issue. I mean, here, if we're in CFS, I'm not sure what that means, but the blue and the red don't equal each other, so I'm a little puzzled. And then the answer here may be, it's DWR's modeling, so you don't know. But do you have any sense why the SWP plus CVP arrow on the right-hand side of this figure, which is with DCP, is greater than without DCP?
Now, again, we'll check the values, but these
Okay.
are just generated directly from DWR's model files.
Modeling. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll take lunch and confirm the values for sure.
Thank you. And then since we're here, I did want to ask, and I think this was I wanted you to clarify, is your proposal that in calculating this ratio, the amount diverted through the North Delta diversions should be included? Let me back up. I'm going to ask this. My understanding was that your understanding is that DWR proposes to include the North Delta diversions in the export amount. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then your proposal is what with respect to the inflow amount?
That the volume or flow rate of water that is exported by the North Delta intakes should be subtracted from or excluded from the I part of the inflows calculation.
And that part, okay, so I want to ask about that. Isn't that double counting if you both include it as an export and include it and delete it as an import, that amount of water, or an inflow?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
The intent of the export to inflow ratio, as I understand it, is to place a limit on the fraction of inflows that can be exported from the delta. The idea is that the inflows that are not exported would be allowed to flow to the bay. In this case, because we are exporting NDD water from the northern part of the delta, that is water that, even though it's technically flowing through the statutory boundary of the delta, would not be allowed to flow into the central delta or out to the bay.
Maybe, Ms. Mullen, can we go to the prior slide that's in 1,000 acre feet? There we go. So you may want to, let's go ahead and do this. And we maybe want to come back to this after lunch, but let's go ahead. Do you have a calculator, Dr. Paul? Or maybe you're really good at numbers in your head.
I have a calculator.
We can do this together. So for the DCP ITP, the 2043, we're on the right-hand side here. I think if you add the blue arrows, so that would be, get my calculator up, 6,250 from the Sacramento River, plus 180 from the east side, plus 1,180 from the San Joaquin, we get 7,610,000 acre feet.
I get the same number.
Great, good. I can use a calculator. That's good. And then if we add up the
Hearing
red
officer,
arrows,
what about the 50 from YOLO and the blue
oh,
arrow?
50, I'm sorry,
Oh.
I missed 50. Thank you.
Okay.
This is
Plus
why we have,
50.
yeah, plus 50, so that's 7,660,000 acre feet. You are absolutely right. And then we're gonna add up the red arrows, 5,000 plus the SWP plus CVP is 1,350 plus 1,270 DCD plus 40 for our DCP. That equals 7,660,000 acre feet, right? They equal.
Yes.
So we included DCP here in the red arrow side of the equation. Is your proposal that that number, that 40,000 acre feet per year, should also be subtracted from the inflow side of the equation?
Yes, again, because that water would not be, it's an inflow to the delta that only stays in a handful of the delta channels. It does not inflow into the central delta. It is removed from the Sacramento River before that water can flow into the interior delta. So that water is not available for flushing or to flow out of the delta. I understand what you're saying about the mass balance, but yes.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, maybe contemplate that, and maybe that's and I will also contemplate this issue too. And thank you for humoring me on this because I figured there would be some questions, and but there probably still are more questions on this. But I didn't mean to fixate on this particular issue necessarily. It just came to my attention.
No, I appreciate you calling out the inconsistency. We'll figure it out.
And I think, let me look to Ms. Morris. It looks like you maybe are again on the spot. Do you want to start your cross now, or would you, okay, you'd like to begin here?
I have a couple of quick questions on that slide that we just had.
Okay,
One
great.
after that. So if we could go to that slide 52. What time do you want me to break? I'm happy to be, but I figure I might as well do this
Why
one.
don't you, I mean, we'll break in somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, depending on
Okay.
how things go.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank
Please.
you. Okay, so Dr. Paulson, looking at this slide, is it accurate to say that you pulled the data from the July 2018 DSM-2 run for 2043 CC50 and the DCP ITP?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, the ITP corresponding to the 2043 CC50 condition.
And looking at the bottom red arrow where it says, so if I want to pull the numbers to confirm them, that's how you pulled those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the left-hand side where it says SWP, CVP, I'm sorry, I'm getting really old here. 2690, on and off, on and off. That's the export in the baseline, correct?
Yes.
And looking at the right-hand side, the SWP and CVP export and the baseline is 4,400, correct?
Yes, again, we'll double check the calculations over lunch, but yes, that was the intention here.
And do you have an explanation for why those numbers would be different in the baseline and the DCP ITP run?
I don't know. I would note that the Sacramento River inflows also increase slightly. They're a little bit different. My understanding is that we pulled all of this information directly from DWR's model results.
And then
I would invite Dr. Garcia also to add if he has anything to add.
That's correct. We pulled the results and then have just pulled it for the month, and that's what we got.
Okay. If I could ask a quick, sorry, Ms. Mullen, I'm going to jump around a little bit with these 20 minutes, and then I promise to be more organized after lunch and move through things, but some things came up. So if we could pull up DPWA 43 and page 33 and that's Dr. Paulson's testimony. Page 33, And if we could scroll down to paragraph 113. And in your summary earlier, you made the statement regarding FOLX2 that there may not be the monitoring stations available to show compliance to operate to FOLX2. Do you see that where I'm summarizing, but on lines 16 through 18?
I see the paragraph, yes.
And is it not your statement that you said earlier that it's unclear if the real-time data needed to operate FOLX2 requirements are currently being collected?
No, I think that I said it's clearly, it has been reported, and in my experience, I am no longer able to locate salinity data for many of the monitoring locations that used to exist within the Delta. And on that basis, some of the information that's needed to understand and perhaps manage the distribution of salinity within the Delta is no longer available.
Okay, what are those stations that are needed to manage the distribution of FOLX2?
Well, my testimony is related to the stations that have been taken offline. I didn't submit a map of them, but we could look at that if we pull up the CDEC website.
My question's different. My question isn't what ones were taken offline. You're implying that they may not be available to operate to FOLX2 in your testimony. And I'm asking you, based on your experience, what Delta monitoring stations are needed to operate to the FOLX2 requirement?
I don't know sitting here right now.
Okay. And if I look at your report on the same subject, which is DPWA 44, and I'm looking on page PDF 106, you cite I can wait so we can all follow along.
And I'm sorry, what is the page? I have a printed copy. I don't have a PDF numbered copy.
I don't know, but we can look up, Ms. Mullen could scroll to the bottom and help us with that. Thank you. Page 87, it looks like. And if we could scroll up a bit, I believe in the statement that you make, you have two citations and their footnotes, and that's to DPWA 55 and DPWA 54. Is that correct?
I see a citation to, yes, sorry, that is correct.
Okay. And I couldn't find any specific monitoring stations as it relates to FOLX2 that were identified in those citations. Is that also your understanding?
No, again, my understanding is that significantly less salinity monitoring data are available now than were previously. And that is information that is helpful to understand the distribution of salinity within the Delta and the management of salinity within the Delta.
But your testimony is also that it's unclear if the real-time data needed to operate to FOLX2 requirements are being collected. And I'm trying to nail down which monitoring stations you believe are critical to operating to FOLX2.
Again, I don't know that sitting here, and perhaps that was worded incorrectly. I think I've stated clearly what I can repeat again, but I think I've already stated what my testimony is.
And I want to ask Dr. Garcia a couple questions. Good morning, Dr. Garcia. How are you?
I'm well.
I wanted to ask you a couple questions. I looked at your CV, which is DPW 58, and in terms of modeling, it doesn't list DSM-2. But in your testimony, you did add DSM-2 as one of the modeling models that you have experience with. Is that correct?
I think that's incorrect. I have DSM-2 in DPWA 58.
Sorry, DPWA what?
DPWA 58, my CV. It's included in part of my project experience.
Okay, I'm just looking, if we want to just pull it up, we can pull up DPWA 58. And if you scroll down, in the summary, I'm looking at the summary on the first page. It's not included there, correct? DSM-2 experience? In the paragraph where it begins, Dr. Garcia's skill set includes.
It's not included in that paragraph.
Okay. But you're saying it's included somewhere else in 58?
That's correct.
And looking at your testimony, you do where, just if you don't mind, what page should I look at to find what experience you have specifically with DSM-2?
If you go to page 5 under saltwater intrusion and ester and water quality, it is one of the projects I have worked on.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the experience for conducting and valuing model runs using DSM-2, how many projects have you worked on other than this project as it relates to conducting and evaluating model runs with DSM-2?
I can think of at least 3 projects.
And and were those projects for any clients you're representing in this proceeding?
One of those projects is for this proceeding. Another one is on behalf of one of the clients for this proceeding, and another one is unrelated.
So 3 total, including this proceeding.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And are you familiar with what we commonly refer to as the D1641 Water Quality Control Plan requirements?
I am familiar with parts of the D1641 water quality objectives and I am aware of some tables in that document that summarize some of those objectives.
Okay, and do you have any biological training as it relates to harmful algal blooms?
Not specifically in biology.
Okay. And were you asked to conduct a modeling run that included removal of the fall X2 and including Delta Conveyance project operations?
I did not conduct any new model simulations for this hearing. We
Right.
only
Question,
evaluated.
were you asked?
No, I was not asked.
Okay. And in terms of how you contributed to Dr. Paulson's testimony, can you describe at a general level which portions of the testimony you contributed to? Well, let me start this. Let's try to narrow this a little bit. Did you draft any of the technical report that Dr. Paulson submitted?
I would say that during the process, I drafted some sections and that we had collaborated and discussed and reviewed, all parts of the report together.
And which portions did you draft?
I cannot specify which ones because it was very much a collaborative effort throughout the preparation of the report.
Okay. Well, you specifically answered that you collaborated on the entirety of the report, but that you drafted specific sections. So as you sit here today, you don't recall what those sections were.
Not specifically.
Did you review the modeling for the Bureau's modeling for the removal of the fall X2, what you are commonly referring to as Action 5?
I reviewed parts of the modeling for that, yes.
Okay. And was that one of the sections that you drafted?
Again, I'm not sure, the distinction between drafting versus contributing versus reviewing. That is a section I worked on.
Okay. Dr. Garcia, are you aware that I asked for the modeling files that were used in the testimony that Dr. Paulson and you contributed to regarding fall X2 and which alternative was used from the Bureau's modeling?
I believe I saw an email that that was requested.
And did you provide that information to Ms. Tabor or someone in Ms. Tabor's office?
Yes, I believe that information is available to them.
Great. I'm looking at a Dropbox site and I'm trying to understand because what appears that was provided is several alternatives that I still can't determine which of the model runs you use. So because you've testified that you understand and have a familiarity with these, what I can tell is that there are several runs that are labeled, or folders that are labeled Reclamation 2021 LTO NAA. And I assume that that is no action alternative and is the baseline. Would you agree? Does that sound accurate?
I would need to see the Dropbox folder to confirm, but NAA I would expect to be the no action alternative.
And do you know what model run from that set of modeling files that you provided to Ms. Tabor's office included action 5? Because there are several alternatives.
Again, I would need to review the list of files in that folder.
Okay, but you have it, right? Because you just provided it yesterday to Ms. Tabor, who provided it to me.
I don't have it pulled up right now in front of me.
Okay. Well, could you do me a favor, and maybe this is a good time to take a break, is I will tell you in those files, there are alternative 3, alternative 1, alternative 2, version 1, alternative 2, version 2, alternative 2, version 3, alternative 3, alternative 4, and I'm curious to know which one of those alternatives you used to create the information in your testimony and Dr. Paulson's testimony. Would you be able to do that over the lunch break?
I believe so.
Great. Okay, then I think it's right about lunch and I'm happy to take a break here.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break. I think we have a fair amount of ground to cover, so let's just do 45 minutes, well, roughly 45 minutes. So let's come back at 12:45. And I'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter first. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. I see we have Ms. Tabor, Dr. Garcia, looks like Dr. Paulson, and Ms. Morris. So with that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Morris.
Excuse me, Ms. Morrison, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Exponent did have the opportunity during the lunch break to look into the questions that you raised, and I thought it might be helpful if we could, if Ms. Morris is okay with that, if they can respond to those now. It might be helpful later with Ms. Morris's cross-examination. We'd also like to briefly address Ms. Morris's questions about the modeling files that were provided to them, which again might expedite things later, if that's okay.
That sounds good to me, but Ms. Morris, do you have any concern if we turn back to, I think it's slide 52, it sounds like we want to talk about, and then turn to your questions about the files?
No problem.
Great. Let's go. Is it helpful to bring up the slide?
I think so. So the slides that we would like to discuss are 50, 51, and 52. So I think if we go to slide 50.
Great.
And I believe that I'll turn to Dr. Garcia to address your questions about the math and the units.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
Yes, and so I think the first question was about the units, and so for this slide in slide 50 and for slide 51, the units are shown in 1,000 acre-feet per year, and part of the reason for that is because these are values over a whole water year, and so that seemed like a kind of the correct unit to represent that volume of water. If we go to slide 52, where the units are shown in CFS, which is cubic feet per second. The reason for the switch is because it seemed awkward to use a unit defined as thousands of acre feet per year for a single month. And so in this case, we represent the flow rates, the volume of water in CFS. On this slide, all the values in this figure are shown in CFS, so they are directly related, comparable to one another on this slide. But I just wanted to make that clarification. Does that answer that question about the units?
That helps. I have one follow-up question, which if you can, maybe maybe you can remind me. In the model outputs, the CFS, the outputs are in monthly values, so the CFS is the same for the entire month of July. Is that right?
That is correct. Well, the model outputs, there are different time steps. Sometimes you can, depending on which model output file you evaluate. In this case, we were looking at the monthly flow output files, which are average values for a given month. And it's provided in CFS.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That helps with the units, please.
Yes. And then the other note, which related, I think, to your question earlier about the red arrow, values from the red arrows adding up versus the values in the blue arrows. We did review it, and I think for this slide in particular, the NDO, the net delta outflow on the right side for the CC50, DCP, ITP should be revised. It's shown here as 10,560 CFS, and it should be revised to 10,400.
And I would add a clarification that the NDO value is computed. So the E and the I values, the exports and the inflow values are taken from model output, but the NDO value that's shown here is computed from those values.
And may I ask a question since we're on this slide? And
Please.
And I think we are in cross-exam, so.
Yes, no, it's open for you, but please, if you have one on this.
Were you able to confirm the CFS numbers that you pulled for July 2018? Did you look at them and are they in fact correct?
They appear to be correct for July 2018, yes.
So based on both of your professional experience, and maybe you don't know the answer to this, but is it odd to you that the CFS for the blue arrows does not equal the CFS for the red arrows?
With the correction that Dr. Garcia just noted to changing the 10,560 to 10,400, they do add up.
Yes.
It's just a mass balance because the big red arrow, the NDO arrow, is computed from the values for all of the other arrows.
And could I ask then what formula you use to compute the NDO?
The inflows minus the outflows.
I see. So it should, okay.
All blue arrows minus all the red arrows, except for the one that is NDO.
Correct.
And we will submit corrected slides and testimony so that there's a clear record of those corrections,
Thank
along
you.
with anything else that might come up today.
Yeah, the other point that I would make on this is that there were some questions about mass balancing. The mass does balance, the mass should balance, right? Because as a monthly average or an annual average, the total volume of water in the delta doesn't really change. I don't understand how that relates, though, to how you would define the E or the I values. Just to be clear on that.
And I wanted to follow up on that too. And since we're here, I'll go ahead and exercise my prerogative to do that. Because I was thinking this through, I want to understand your proposal on how E and I might be calculated. I mean, maybe I'll ask it this way. Are you familiar, Dr. Paulson, with how the EI ratio is defined in D1641?
Yes.
And so this would, obviously the whole project is new, but this would change the ratio as it's defined in D1641. Is that right?
Yes, it would change it in two ways. One is by changing the E in the manner that DWR has requested it be changed. And then what we would add was that we believe that the I, the inflows, and the way they are computed should also be changed.
So I understood your rationale as to why, in the sense of the water essentially never makes it, the water that's diverted from the North Delta diversions would never make it into most of the delta. It depends how you define delta, but would never make it into the significant portion of the delta. But are you able to describe to me in terms of statistics why it would make a difference to exclude that number from the inflow versus just adding it as an export? I mean, if they seem like they're different statistical calculations, so why would we prefer one over the other if it's different from D?
I'm not sure I understand your
anyway?
question because we're not talking about statistics in any way.
Well,
This is
okay.
just algebraic.
The equation. Yes, the algebraic equation is different. It's a new algebraic equation.
Yes.
And the ratio of values that we get is different. So why prefer one formula over the other? It's just this kind of the logic that the water never makes it to the delta. Is that the basis?
I mean, I think at the highest level, yes. The E to I ratio is intended, as I understand it, to be essentially a check on how much of the delta inflows can be exported. I have D1641 open and we can take a look at it if it's helpful.
No, I think, well, and I'm thinking this through on the fly too. I mean, so it would be to treat the North Delta diversions. My understanding, maybe you can confirm this, the inflow amount is calculated at Freeport, is that right?
For the purpose of computing the I, the delta inflow, yes.
So this would treat the North Delta diversion the same as if it were a diversion from somewhere upstream of Freeport currently, right?
I mean, I guess that's one way of thinking about it. Again, the way I think about it is how much water makes it into the branch channels of the delta, how much water is available for flushing in the delta, which I understand to be the original intent of the E to I ratio as a standard.
Thank you. Thank you for that thought, that thought experiment. I just had to work through that. I think I have it. All right.
Before I'm actually just going to go to the EI. I have a number of questions I think that are still not answered.
On this point, let's stay on this point, and then we can circle back when you're ready, Ms. Morris, to the files questions. I know we have those outstanding.
I was just going to clean up the files because I think that's an easy one. I think
Okay, let's do that.
Dr. Garcia, were you able to identify, based on the files that were provided by Ms. Tabor, which specific file I would compare to the no action alternative to understand the specific work that you did and looked at in terms of action 5?
Yes, and just to clarify, these files were originally shared with us by SSD, and then we analyzed them, and so we sort of pointed them back to this folder. These files were provided by Reclamation, and the files starting with the prefix alt5 _ JPF _ WTUCP, those are the action 5 files. And then to be clear, the files for the no action alternative are those with the prefix reclamation _ 2021 LTO _ NAA _ 2022 MED _ SLR15.
Okay, thank you. And just really very briefly, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. If we could pull up DPWA 42, slide number 58. And if we could zoom in just a little bit on the action 5 at the top of this legend, Dr. Garcia, in the teal line, it says action 5. Do you see that?
I see that.
And so that action 5, that would be pulled from the alternative 5 JPF with TUCP that we just discussed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I would just add the qualification that we didn't prepare this figure, we're just reproducing it. So to the best of our knowledge, that's the correspondence.
So you're not sure, Dr. Paulson? But
No, I am pretty sure. I just want to clarify.
Because you didn't prepare this?
We did not prepare this figure. And so I'm trying to respond to what you are noticing, which is this figure labels a line as action 5, whereas the model scenario that we believe belongs to the action 5 action has that much longer file name that Dr. Garcia read to you.
Yes, and if I may add, just part of our reason for believing the alt5 scenario is that we've reproduced this figure for the action 5 and the NAA in slide 61, and the values appear to generally line up.
Thank you.
If you want to go to slide 61 for comparison.
I think you've answered my question for what I need. I appreciate it. Okay, now I want to go back to a statement, Dr. Poulsen, that you just made. You made over this morning and just recently, you made several comments about your understanding of the intent of the EI, or the export inflow ratio, correct?
I guess so. I mean, it's my understanding of that quantity, that standard. Yes.
So can you show me in D1641 or where you're pulling for to describe your intent of what the EI is intended to do in D1641?
I don't understand the question. D1641 obviously doesn't describe my intent.
So you can't point to anywhere in D1641 to support that that's your understanding of the intent of the EI ratio.
I don't understand your question.
I'll try again. I don't think it's complicated. You are expressing that you have an understanding of D1641. And I'm asking, where is your understanding documented in D1641?
My understanding of the export to inflow ratio comes from table 3 in D1641, which is at page 184, and from the footnotes that are cited in that E to I ratio entry, as well as from, give me a moment, page 190 of D1641, which is a figure 3, and it's labeled figure 3. It isn't actually a figure, but it's equations, and it describes NDOI and percent inflow diverted.
Okay, but I'll come back to that in a second. I think maybe in order just to be clear about what we're talking about, let's anchor ourselves in D1641. So let's pull up what is the most current version of D1641, which I believe is exhibit AHO 50. And then if we could scroll down to see the title. And are you familiar with this water quality control plan from December 13th, 2006?
I don't think this is, I have some D6 components of D1641 printed in front of me. I don't know. It's a different document that I'm looking at than this one.
Okay, I believe this is the most current version. I know there's another version that was revised D1641 that's dated 1999, but because this is the most current, I'm going to use this. So if we could go to PDF page 28. Well, actually, let's start with PDF page the 28, I believe. These are the footnotes. So can you scroll up to, had this open a second ago. Yeah, if you can just keep going up, sorry, to the table 3, it's right here. And if you could scroll to the top before, and we'll come back to that export limits. Do you see this is table 3? Are you
Yes.
familiar with this table?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can scroll down do you see the export limits?
Yes.
And that's what we're talking about in terms of the EI ratio, correct?
Yes, which again, I understand as being an objective that places a limitation on the exports in terms of the exports are not allowed to exceed a certain fraction of the inflows.
But that doesn't say what the intent of it is. That just says that it's to limit exports, correct?
The intent
Why?
is to limit exports to a fraction of the inflows.
Again, but it doesn't say why. I mean, you said something, I think, a little bit earlier ago that it was to create more flushing and things of that nature. Do you recall that? Flushing the delta more. I don't
Well,
see
it is.
We're going to go through a bunch of things. I just want to understand.
My understanding is that these water quality objectives place a limit on how much of the delta inflows can be exported. That limit in turn is related to the delta residence time and the amount of flushing that happens. The higher the exports are as a fraction of inflows, the less flushing occurs. That's my understanding.
Okay, and so where in D1641 does it say anything about flushing as you're describing it?
I don't know if it does. I am explaining, may I? I'm explaining that my understanding is that these objectives limit the exports to a certain fraction of the inflows. That in turn has the corollary effect of being related to flushing. The E to I ratio is related to flushing, regardless of whether the preamble states that.
Okay, so let's look at this formula. It says if we want to understand what the EI is, we have to look at the combined export rate, which is in footnote 17. Would you agree with me on that?
I do.
And then we would have to look, if we want to look at the maximum percent of delta inflow diverted, we need to understand where delta inflow is, correct?
Yes.
And that looks to be in footnote 20 and 21 in this formula. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could please go back down to PDF 28. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And look at footnote 17. Would you agree that the combined export rate for this objective is defined as the Clifton Court Forebay inflow rate minus Byron Bethany irrigation diversions from Clifton Court and the export of the Tracy pumping plant, or stated another way, SWP and CVP exports from the South Delta?
Yes, for a condition that doesn't include the DCP, yes.
Right, but these are set by the State Water Resources Control Board through their water quality control planning process, correct? These standards.
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to the footnote 20, do you see where it says the percent of delta inflow diverted is defined in figure 4?
Yes.
And then if we could go to PDF page 31 to look at figure 4. And would you agree that the inflow is, we're looking at the Sacramento River inflow, where it says SAC, SAC at the top line, where it says SAC equals?
Yes.
And so in essence, that is at Freeport, right? The Sacramento River at Freeport mean daily average for the previous day. That's the calculation for inflow for the EI ratio, correct?
Yes, for an EI ratio is defined currently, yes.
And you're suggesting that this is a ratio based on exports, which would you agree that the Delta Conveyance Project is an export?
Yes.
And you are in essence adding both, you're subtracting to one side of the equation, the inflow, you're reducing that and you're moving the location, you're suggesting moving the location, in essence, I guess, below Freeport to the DCP. And then you're also suggesting, as DWR has suggested, that DCP be added to the exports to be consistent with D1641. Correct? You're
No.
doing both.
No. Yes and no. I think you mischaracterized what I said.
Okay, well, let me say it again. Perhaps I didn't say it clearly. And your suggestion is to change this ratio by, in essence, taking away some portion of the inflow and also by adding the additional exports to the definition of exports from the Delta Conveyance Project, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization.
Okay.
May I explain why?
No, I think you've answered that, and I think that I think I've asked you if you don't agree with my characterization, that's fine. We can look at your formula. But would you agree that in the way you're suggesting it, the DCP diversion is being accounted for in both inflow and the export components of what is currently the EI ratio formula?
I don't understand that question, and I think you've mischaracterized my testimony. I would be happy to explain.
So I'm going to go for this one more time. Are you stating that you clearly stated that DWR has suggested in a permit term to subtract, to include DCP exports in the footnote, if we could go up to footnote 17 on page 28, in the calculation for exports in 17, that this, in essence, would include DCP exports. Do you agree with me there?
Yes, I would, consistent with the permit terms that DWR has requested, I would suggest that the NDD exports be added so that they are included in the combined export rate as defined in this footnote.
And then in addition to that, instead of using, if we can go back to page 31, the inflow as defined in figure 4 for Sacramento River, you are suggesting what?
This is where I think you have mischaracterized my testimony.
But I'm asking
this.
so if you want to answer it, that would be great.
Could you repeat your question, please?
In the current calculation of EI, is the boundary the delta at Freeport?
That is where I think we're speaking past each other. Flows are measured. There's a USGS gauging station on the Sacramento River at Freeport, adjacent to the bridge, hanging off the bridge, essentially. So that is where we have long-term high-quality measurements and where we will have measurements of river flow going forward. My understanding is that that was recognized when this formula was developed. And so as a matter of convenience, we use the Sacramento River flows as measured directly at Freeport. My suggestion is that the Sacramento River inflows as measured at Freeport should be adjusted to exclude or subtract the NDD intake diversions, because again, that is water that will not flow into the main channels of the Delta.
So to be clear, you would take the diversions from the NDD out of the formula, the SAC inflow at measurement at Freeport. And in addition to that, you would add the exports to the export side of the ratio. So it's on both sides of the equation, correct?
It's not a two-sided equation. This is a numerator divided by a denominator. I would make those adjustments to both the numerator and the denominator. I don't understand what you mean by both sides of the equation.
Where is the boundary of where you are suggesting the state board calculate inflow under your methodology?
I don't think I've specified a boundary. Again, I think the flows measured at Freeport are a good approximation of the flows that are flowing into the statutory boundary of the Delta. But I would subtract the NDD diversion flows because they do not make it into the interior Delta and they do not flow out to the bay.
But you're taking the DCP. I'm just going to be clear. It seems like double counting to me because you're taking the numerator and the denominator and you are adding, you're taking away from the numerator and you're adding more from the denominator.
I'm adjusting both
the ratio, correct? Do you agree that doesn't change the ratio in your mind by making changes on both the numerator and the denominator?
I don't understand the question. Of course, I am suggesting that we make changes to the ratio, and I've been clear about what I think those changes should be and the reasons for them. I think both the numerator and the denominator, the E and the I, should be adjusted.
Okay, thank you. If we could,
Ms. Morris, I'm Paul. I don't mean to stick on this, but I have a follow-up question, and if I can piggyback on you. And I really am just trying to understand. I think it's coming together, Dr. Paulson. I really am trying to understand. What is your understanding of what the E portion of the equation should represent or does represent?
The exports from the Delta, as opposed to diversions or consumptive use in the Delta or anything like that. It is the exports, the removal of water from the Delta.
So, but I also understand that you're saying this water doesn't make it, water diverted through the North Delta diversions wouldn't make it to the Delta.
It will not make it into the interior of the Delta. That's correct.
But your definition of the E is the statutory boundary of the Delta?
It is the total amount of water exported by the State Water Project and the CVP from the Delta. So I guess in essence, I am making a slight adjustment. I don't even see it as an adjustment in the boundary, but I think it's obviously the formula has to be changed if it's going to still be applied once the DCP is operational. And again, in my opinion, the correct adjustments recognize both the increased amount of water that would be exported from the Delta if the project is approved and constructed and all that, and the reduction in the inflows to the interior of the Delta and then subsequently out to the bay. As I explained in my report, the figures that have the red and the blue arrows that we've been discussing are my attempt to explain in another way, using another metric, how flushing within the Delta will be changed by this project.
I'm hesitating about whether I don't mean to. Lawyers love hypotheticals, so and maybe it doesn't matter. I'm going to ask this question, but I'm caveating that maybe the logic doesn't necessarily need to come through, and I don't mean to push too hard on the proposed ratio, because I think I do understand some of the basis behind it. But if we had a proposal here where the Delta Conveyance project, the North Delta diversion as proposed were upstream of Freeport, do you have an opinion as to whether your proposal as to the equation for E and I would be the same?
I don't know how to answer that question because I don't, we're getting into like, what is an export?
Right.
I don't know how to answer that question. I'd need to think about that.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Thank you. And thank you for humoring me. And thank you, Ms. Morris. Back to you.
And I just want to ask you one more question about this. Do you know the original intent of the EI ratio when it was adopted in D 1641?
I thought I did. I would have to look back to be sure.
Okay. And is it different than what you've described, or do you believe it's consistent with what you described as your understanding of the intent?
Again, I would want to look back to be sure. I'd be happy to do that.
Let's change gears. I want to go to DPWA 43. Please, Ms. Mullen. And if we could go to page 2 and line towards the bottom, line 22 to 24. So I have some questions about this opinion related to whether or not we're showing DWR showing operations and impacts of the DCP during the period it would actually operate. You state the DWR used DSM-2 to simulate 2020 conditions, 2040 conditions, and 2043 conditions, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And is your criticism shown in this opinion, one, based on, or at least in part, on your understanding that 2043 scenarios represent conditions occurring specifically in the year 2043?
I mean, it's the 2043 climate conditions that DWR anticipates would exist at that period in time, yes.
Well, from your perspective, is that a single year, 2043?
None of this is a single year. It's reoperating either 94 or 100 years of hydrology as if those 100 years occurred with the climate conditions that would exist in 2043 or 2040 or whichever year.
But in your opinion, you're limiting the climate conditions to a single year, which is 2043, correct?
I've just explained how I interpret it. I don't understand your question beyond that.
I can try again because you didn't actually answer my question. So you specifically, DWR modeled 2043, correct? Climate conditions in 2043.
Yes, for 2 different levels of sea level rise. That's correct.
And have you reviewed DWR's document titled Risk Informed Future Climate Scenario Development for the State Water Project Delivery Capability Report?
If I'm remembering which one that is, I don't remember which exhibit that is, but I think so. I think I cited it in my case in chief testimony.
DWR 1318?
I'd have to look it up. I don't recall the number.
Okay. And do you understand that the climate model outputs are not intended to predict the exact conditions of a single future year, being 2043 conditions?
Yes, of course. As I just explained, it's looking at the 100 years of hydrology as if they operated at a future condition.
That's not what I'm asking.
What are you asking?
Do you understand that there are assumptions in the 2043 modeling about future conditions?
Yes.
And are those assumptions limited to a single 2043 year?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Not the modeling output. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about the assumptions that go into the 2043 climate change. Are you asserting that that is for a single year, 2043?
I don't think I've said that. My understanding, as I explained earlier in my testimony, is that DWR has used updated non-stationary climate adjustments that incorporate climate changes that have been observed to present, but that don't project out into the future.
Okay, now we're comparing apples and oranges, because when you talk about the non-stationary climate adjustments, you are talking about the adjusted historical hydrology, correct?
In that context, yes.
And the 2043 climate change assumptions, those are not based on conditions currently, like the adjusted historical hydrology, correct?
Right. I understand that there is some future projection and 2 different levels of sea level rise that were simulated.
I want to make sure we're on the same page, because I want to ask you if you have looked at the climate assumptions and how that for 2043 and how they were developed.
Objection or clarification, Ms. Morris, when you say the climate assumptions for 2043, which climate assumptions are you referring to?
Both 50 and all of the ones that we modeled. There's 2 levels of concern.
Okay, the DWR modeling, the ones used in the DWR modeling.
Correct. And
okay, thank you.
Dr. Paulson hasn't done any modeling, so I think that's
right.
the only ones that exist.
Well, you mentioned the DWR exhibit about the risk-informed climate scenario, so I want to make sure I understood what you were talking about.
So Dr. Paulson, did you review how DWR developed the 2043 climate assumptions that were used in the modeling provided in this hearing?
I believe at a high level I did, but again, most of my testimony focused on DWR's model simulations. If you'd like to pull up a document, I'd be happy to review it.
We will. And if we could pull up, please, DWR 1318. And you reviewed Mr. Schwartz's testimony, right? Because you rebutted it.
I did.
Okay.
Objection. It appears this is outside the scope of Dr. Paulson's testimony. She hasn't cited DWR 1318.
She's criticizing DWR's climate change assumptions as not being, I'm specifically asking questions as they relate to opinion 1, that we haven't analyzed the time period of operation. And that's where these questions are going.
And let's go ahead and go to the questions, please.
Thank you. Are you aware that this document states that each scenario that was developed is based on climate information it's extracted from a 30-year period?
Yes, I am. And this is, I appreciate you bringing this up on the screen because I do remember reviewing this document.
Could we please have a page citation for that reference?
I'm getting there. If I could just conduct the witness answered the question. So I'd like to continue, and I will get you a page citation. So you do understand that it's a 30-year period, so that the label 2043, in terms of what was modeled for those climate change conditions, does not represent only the single calendar year of 2043, correct?
I absolutely do not understand that question. That's not consistent with my understanding of this document or of what DWR did.
Okay, let's go to PDF page 5-18. This is that weird one where you can actually hit 5-18. Or I guess more efficient one, I should say.
Special.
Special. Okay, and if I could direct your attention to the section that says, well, we can look at figure 5.5. And do you see where it says projected range of likely climate changes over calcium 3 domain for future 30-year period centered on 2043, paren 2028 to 2057 in paren relative to the baseline 30-year period. Do you see that?
I do see the figure.
And do you disagree that the 2043 climate change scenario is representing a time period of 2028 to 2057 centered on the year 2043?
I mean, I understand that this document says that. I have a hard time interpreting this figure.
Well, I'm not asking you about the figure. I'm asking about
You are asking me about the figure.
Well, then you can go look above to figure 5.5 and where it says figure 5.5 and it describes what was modeled to inform the climate changes. Do you see that?
I can read the caption, yes.
So I'm asking you, based on, it's not a caption, it's text in the report. Do you disagree that the 2043 climate change that was used, assumptions, are not based on a time frame, a 30-year time frame?
I do understand that. I don't understand where your questions don't make sense to me. I do understand that each of the climate scenarios is theoretically centered in a 30-year time period. Just like the adjustments for the 30-year time period, the baseline were made based on the hind look into the 30 years. I do understand that.
So it is not, the climate change assumptions are not a single year in 2043, correct?
They are a 30-year period that is centered on 2043, yes.
So would you agree the scenarios with the 2043 climate change assumptions are not intended to represent conditions occurring only in a single calendar year?
I don't know how to answer this question any more clearly than I already have. I understand that 2043 is the midpoint of a 30-year period. I have at least a basic understanding from reviewing this document of how DWR created its climate change projections. Those are it's a 30-year period because there's variability that happens within a 30-year period.
So do you understand what years of data were extracted from the climate models to create the 2043 scenarios?
I mean, again, I understand that this is intended to be a 30-year period centered at 2043.
And would you agree that that 30-year period includes years after the DCP is expected to begin operations?
I understand that the DCP is intended to begin operations in 2045 or later and operate for a 50-year period. So yes, I understand that.
Just you understand what I asked or what you just restated that this was not what I asked? I want to make sure that we're on the same page here.
I do too. That's why I'm answering more fully. My understanding of the 2043 climate condition is it's the midpoint of a projected 30-year period. And that 30-year period is 2028 to 2057. My understanding is also that the DCP would begin operation in roughly 2045 after the midpoint of this 30-year period and would operate for a 50-year period or longer beyond that.
Did you conduct are you a climatologist, Dr. Paulson?
No, I mean, I do evaluate climate assumptions in assessing hydrology. I have expertise in hydrology. I wouldn't consider myself a climate scientist in that other sense.
So you wouldn't consider yourself an expert on developing climate change scenarios from climate models?
No, I'm familiar with the concepts involved in that, but no, I would not consider myself an expert on that.
And did you conduct just going back to your testimony generally, did you conduct any additional modeling other than relying on what DWR and reclamation modeling you have cited in your testimony to support your opinions?
No.
I want to move on a little bit to opinion 2. In your opinion, we can take this document down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. In your opinion 2, you present results regarding Delta exports and the benefits associated with the Delta Conveyance project under both existing and future climate change scenarios, correct?
Are you talking about what I call the DCP export benefit?
Yes, in opinion 2?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need me to pull up opinion 2, or are we good to continue to talk about it? Do you need it in front of you, or can I continue?
You can continue.
Thank you. Did you use DSM-2 or CalCIM for the export data in your opinions under opinion 2?
Most of the information in opinion 2 is from DSM-2 and the DSM-2 modeling files. I believe that also in opinion 2, we did look at the 2085 scenarios, and for that, we used the CalCIM-3 model output.
And if we can pull up, well, I'll ask you generally, but based on the modeling results that you reviewed, Delta exports through the existing system under baseline conditions decreased under future climate change scenarios compared to existing conditions, correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the difference between DCP exports and baseline exports for each climate scenario evaluated in the modeling?
The difference between, you mean the DCP, what I defined as the DCP export benefit? I think so.
I'm asking if you reviewed the difference between the DCP exports and the baseline exports for each climate scenario evaluated in the modeling.
I mean, we've presented that information in these figures, yes.
And if we could go to DPWA 42, please. If we could look at page 14, this is figure 6. For figure 6, does it summarize DCP exports under the various scenarios evaluated in your analysis?
It doesn't include the 2085 scenarios, but it looks at the other ones, I believe, yes.
Okay. And one of those future scenarios is the 2043 CC50 scenarios, correct?
Yes.
And another is the 2043 CC95 scenario, correct?
Yes.
And the 2043 CC95 scenario represents a future condition with drier hydrology and higher sea level impacts than the 2043 CC50 scenario, correct?
Yes.
And looking at figure 6, the estimated increase in exports attributable to DCP under the 2043 CC50 scenario is approximately 0.42 million acre feet per year, correct?
Yes, you read that correctly.
And the estimated increase in exports attributable to DCP under the 2043 CC95 scenario is the same, correct?
Yes.
So despite the drier hydrology and higher sea level conditions represented In the CC95 scenario, the export benefit associated with the DCP remains approximately the same as in the 2043 CC50 scenario, correct?
Yes, and total delta exports are lower in the CC95 scenario than they are in the CC50 scenario.
But the exports aren't shown on this chart that I'm asking you about export benefit, right? Correct? I'm not seeing anything about exports. Am I missing it on this table or graph?
This is computed from the export data from the model.
But this particular table doesn't show anything about exports, correct?
No, but it's computed from the exports.
Thank you. If we could look at slide 10, please. And Ms. Mullen, if we could blow this up so that we could see more of the table and more towards well, maybe we should see the top of the table and then the bottom. Thank you. And this is you're summarizing a number of different model scenarios, correct?
Yes, it's our attempt to do that, yes.
Okay. And then is there somewhere in here on the far column, which is labeled TUCPs included with a question mark? And that's where you're indicating whether or not by in or yes, in for no, Y for yes, if TUCPs were included in that particular modeling run. Is that an accurate summary of this table?
Of that column of this table, yes, as I understand the model runs, yes.
And have you reviewed the model assumptions for the 2070 median scenarios? Sorry.
I believe they're shown in this table if we scroll down.
Okay. And those are the 2070 median with 1.8, and then the row below it, 2070 median with 3.5, correct?
Yes,
And you have reviewed those modeling scenarios?
I have, and I see an error in this table. There should be yeses in the TUCP column for those two entries.
Okay, great. That's what I was going to ask you if that was correct. And if we could go to slide 4, please. I want to be clear here, and then we talked about this a little bit in your previous testimony as well. For everything in your testimony that's relying on a water year type classification, are you using the historical water year classification from CDEC?
Yes,
So that means that all the information that you are presenting in your testimony is dependent on water year type is based on the CDEC classification, correct?
I mean, the only work that we've done, the only work in this testimony that identifies the water year types is showing it in, showing it in those graphs of the last 5 years, and then dividing the data and evaluating the model results for the different water year types. And yes, we relied on the WSI HIST for that.
Let me know if you need a break. I know you're
I'm doing okay for now.
Okay.
I appreciate it though. Sorry, I'm croaky.
No, that's okay. Are you aware that the water year types corresponding to each CalSim model scenario are dependent on the hydrologic assumptions reflected in that particular scenario?
I mean, I believe so, but the CalSim runs simulated that 100-year period.
Right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the simulation water year type was the same as the historical water year type, does it?
I don't know one way or the other. I don't have any information on an update to the water year types that are assigned to those years for future scenarios.
Okay. And the water year types can be different from those that are reflected in CDEC from different modeling assumptions, like a 2043 climate change assumption. That may change the water year type in that model run, correct?
I don't know one way or the other. I'm not aware of updated water year type classifications that have been made available for those future scenarios.
I think you're not answering. I hear you saying I'm not aware of an update of water year type classifications. But what I'm asking is not about, did someone change how water year types are classified? Do you understand that?
Yes, and I think I answered that. My answer is I don't know.
That's not my,
And then I explained the why.
okay, but that's not my question. If I'm doing a modeling run with 2043 climate change assumptions, in your mind, is it possible that based on those conditions, the water year type may differ from what the historical water year type in CDEC was?
Objection calls for speculation.
I already answered that. The answer is I don't know. I haven't evaluated that.
Okay, let's pull up what has been marked and we provided on the FTP site. What has been marked as DWR 1166.
Have you emailed that to us?
It's on the HTP or HTP. It's on the FTP, and the hearing officer usually moves it over. So I think that's the most efficient way, just like for everyone else in this
I
hearing.
believe the practice that you required of us is that we had to give it to you before we were allowed to ask questions on it.
I'm happy to hold. It's a document that Dr. Paulson provided to me through Ms. Tabor.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just
And
reminding you of the process.
No, I'm sorry. I do want to make this clear on the record. The process has been that no one has to provide cross-examination exhibits, and we provide them through the FTP. And once they are moved over, they move into the folder through the AHO. And if people need to pause to look at something, then we have asked that, and other times we haven't. Hearing Officer Kinsey, is that not the understanding we have?
That is, I think that's accurate. It's the idea being if you know, it's helpful for us to have the cross exhibits in advance, but if you don't end up using them, they never are moved over and they're not part of the administrative record in any way. I will ask though, Ms. Morris, will you repeat the exhibit number?
Oh, sure.
So we can verify that we have it.
Yeah, I moved it over last night. DWR 01166 is what it says in the underscore. It's an Excel file.
And I appreciate your patience. We're just going to. We have it. I'm just verifying that we are moving it over or it is moved over. All right. Sounds like it is copied over and should be available to others, and we can, I assume you'd like us to bring it up?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
Great, please. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
And Dr. Paulson, are you familiar with this spreadsheet?
I'm guessing that it's a spreadsheet that Dr. Garcia would have created.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, Dr. Garcia, did you create this spreadsheet?
I did.
And did you also create figure 19 in DPWA 044?
I'm checking now. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Paulson, did you review this spreadsheet or the figure 19 in DPWA 44?
I certainly reviewed the figure, and I don't remember if I reviewed this spreadsheet specifically. I definitely spot checked certain of the analyses with Dr. Garcia.
Okay, and I want to, this was a request that, I mean, make sure we asked for the data that was used to create figure 19 and table 4 in DPWA 044, and this also figure 21. And this was what was provided. Dr. Garcia, is that accurate that this is the data used to create figure 19, figure 21, and table 4?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to understand what this is. I understand date and month, and then is WYT in column D water year type?
Yes, WIT is water year type based on CDEC,
Okay. And based on CDEC, correct?
based on the WSI HIST file.
And in looking at this water year type column, if I scrolled all the way down, if Ms. Mullen wants to scroll, I see C. Does C mean critical? Is that
C,
the water year type?
yes, C is critical.
And in looking at this, every single, I know there's multiple dates for years, but all of the data in this entire spreadsheet says that the water year type was critical.
If it shows critical there, then it may be it wouldn't be. It should be an error. It would be an error there, but I believe the calculation is based off of the D1641 water quality objective in column E.
Okay, so you
So
would
they
agree.
may just have not transferred over the correct water.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the D1641 water quality standards they differ depending on water year type, correct?
That's correct.
And if we scroll down to, let's just, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to row starting beginning 184. And then that's where the water quality, what you believed and what was used to create those figures and tables we talked about. This is where I would look for what the water quality control plan requirement is in this column, correct? E?
In column E, correct.
Okay. And then in looking at columns, let's see, columns F to all the way across, or sorry, yeah, columns F through AI. Those are those, if we look at the top, are those different model runs?
If you could scroll to the top and show the column headers, that would be helpful.
Sure. I think to the very top of the spreadsheet where we had the date month, yeah. And then beginning on F and scrolling through. I'm looking at like, if we stop at P, it says EC for 2043. I can't, the rest is cut off, but are these the different model runs, and is that what they're intending to show?
Yes, so there would be the daily value, the daily averaged EC for each of the, I can't remember how many model simulations.
Okay. And it seemed, just so, I don't know, do you have a copy of this spreadsheet? Does your copy of the spreadsheet have equations in it?
This is a CSV file.
Does your copy of the CSV file have equations in it?
No, CSV files don't have equations in them.
So you ran you exported this. What I'm looking at is an Excel file. So this was exported from a different file into Excel.
It was exported as a CSV file, which is open here in Excel.
Okay. But so what I'm seeing in each of the columns is and you said it was represented the modeled output daily average EC for these different modeling scenarios, correct?
Correct. It's the daily EC that was coming from DWR's model runs.
Okay. And then in order to create the tables and figures, you took were you comparing each of these columns F through AI to column E? individually, not all together, but like I'm going to take column H and compare it to E. I'm going to take column I and compare it to E. Or were you comparing to any other water quality standards?
I would have been comparing to column E, and I would have been using the columns that begin in EC14 because the D1641 water quality objectives are based on the 14-day running average.
Okay. So for each, just to be clear, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but we can, I'm looking at column M. That's it's labeled EC 2043 CC 50. That you would be comparing the average of that from that model run back to column E, correct?
I would not be comparing column N directly with E because that is a daily value and not the 14-day running average as designated in the D1641 water quality objective.
I'm just trying to see then. So I said column M and you said column N, which do sound similar. So I said M. Did you mean to say N, or which column would you compare? Which column has
Can we say M as in, I don't know, M as in Mars and N as in,
M
I
as
don't know
in
what,
Mars?
nickel? Whatever you like.
I would not use M or N. As I mentioned earlier, I would use the columns that begin EC14. I think it starts on column U, and those are representing a 14-day running average.
Okay. Okay. And then, but if we start with column V, or actually let's start with column AB. That would be the 14-day average for 2043 CC 50.
If you could expand the width on that, I can't read the full header. Yes, it looks like column AB is the 14-day running average EC for the 2043 CC50 model scenario with no DCP.
Okay. And then as you go through the rest of the columns, they are different modeled scenarios, correct?
That is correct.
And each of those you then compared back to just the value shown in column E, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we could go to DPWA 42. And if we could look at, so page 27. And this is one of the figures that and I guess did you create this figure, Dr. Garcia?
Yes, this is just showing figure 19 from DPWA 44.
And you created this figure?
Yes, using WR's model output.
And looking at this figure, you are making the point that DWR's DCP 2043, CC50, and CC95 scenarios exceed D1641 water quality objectives more frequently at Edmonton, correct?
Based on that figure, that appears to be true.
And just to confirm, in order to make this comparison, you use the historical water year types from CDEC to create the figure in this slide.
Yes.
So if the water year types that are reflected in the Calcim 3.0 files for different climate scenarios are different from those reflected in CDEC, that would affect the accuracy of the information you presented that was based on the historical water year types, correct?
If the water year types were different in the future scenarios, then the water quality objectives that apply would also vary.
And so because you use the historical water year types, you may be comparing the modeling results to the wrong water quality standards, correct?
Objection. There's no other water quality standards at issue here.
They change based on water year type. We've already established that with this witness. The water quality standards change based on the water year type. Correct, Dr. Garcia? You already answered that.
Yes, and it would depend on how the water year types change.
Okay. So do you need me to repeat the question I asked before?
Yes, please repeat the question.
Because you use the historical water year types in CDEC, you may be comparing the modeling results to the wrong water quality standards, correct?
I would have to see what the water year types were in applying for a future model scenario to
But
confirm.
did you look in CalSIM to look at how they classified the water year type based on those changed assumptions, or did you or did you not do that?
I did not do that.
So do you understand that the water year types in CalSIM in the model could be different based on the changed hydrology used in those modeling assumptions?
I understand that they model different scenarios which would have different flows.
And are you aware that in looking at this figure and looking at August, are you aware that D1641 water quality objectives only apply to the first half of August?
Yes,
And I assume that you're aware CalSIM 3.0 is a monthly model, correct?
I am aware that CalSIM is a monthly model.
And are you familiar with how a water quality objective that applies to just the first half of August is implemented in CalSIM 3?
I am not aware.
Dr. Paulson, are you?
No, we generated these results from the DWR's DSM-2 model files. We did not go back to the CalSIM model files to look at that.
And do you recall that DWR witnesses in this proceeding explaining this time step issue between CalSIM and DSM-2 as a modeling artifact?
I remember it in the context of the DSM-2 output feeding into the input to the, the CalSIM 3 model output feeding into the DSM-2 model as DSM-2 input. I'm aware of it in that context.
If we can pull up AHO Exhibit 1030. And Dr. Paulson, are you familiar with this Appendix 5A, Section B modeling technical appendix for the Delta Conveyance project?
Is this from the FEIR?
Yes.
I think so. We've reviewed a lot of these appendices. I don't remember exactly which one is which.
If we can go to PDF page 17 and scroll, if we could scroll down to line 15. Dr. Paulson or Dr. Garcia, do you see that this indicates that CalSIM 3 includes a dynamic forecasting routine to mimic DWR's forecasting procedures and account for uncertainty in water supply conditions?
It says that.
Okay. And would you agree that then CalSIM 3 includes dynamic forecasting of these conditions, which are used to simulate SWP and CVP allocations and water year types?
I mean, I'm aware that this document says that.
Okay. If we could go back to, I want to talk a little bit about your opinion 6. In opinion 6, you state that DWR modeling includes significant flaws, correct?
I have to find opinion 6 and which one it is. I apologize.
We can go to, if we go to the, sometimes it's easier for me just to pull up the PowerPoint and go to the page 2 where it lists all your opinions. We could start there. That's DPW. Oh, can't read it. 42. And then go to page 2. Yeah. So opinion 6. Does that help orient you?
I'm getting there. Give me just a moment. Yes.
Dr. Paulson, besides pointing out the limitations in DWR modeling, did you perform any modeling to show the effect of what you call quote unquote flaws on DWR's conclusions?
No, we used the model files and model results that were prepared by DWR. We did no modeling outside of that.
And in your review of DWR's analysis and reports, did you find whether DWR identified these modeling limitations?
Oh, I'm sure they listed them as either assumptions and or limitations, sure.
And as a modeling expert, when you perform a modeling analysis of a future project, how do you address speculative assumptions related to the future?
There are a number of ways to do that. And I would push back a little bit on the speculative side. I'm not sure exactly which speculative assumptions you would be talking about. I don't think the things that are listed in opinion 6 would fall into the category of speculative. So I don't know how to answer your question.
Okay, well, let's take TUCPs. Do you know if you, as you sit here today in 2043, or let's do this, as you sit here today in 2085, I think I'm going to be dead. Do you have any idea in if DWR and USBR are going to ask for TUCPs?
I know that they have disclosed in their modeling of the 2085 scenarios that they would need to in order, if the current D1641 water quality standards were applied, that they would not be able to comply with those standards during significant portions of that time.
And as we sit here today, do you personally know what the State Water Resources Control Board is going to identify as beneficial uses in 2085?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, that's the point, is you said you don't know what I mean by speculation, and I'm trying to demonstrate there's some speculation.
Well, Ms. Morris, if you want to ask that question, try it again. I didn't understand the question either. I'm not sure what you mean by the State Water Board designating. Are you
Well,
referring
let
to the
me
Water
ask it
Quality
in a
Control Board?
less legal format. Do you know, sitting here today, Dr. Paulson, in 2085, what water quality standards the board may have in effect at that time?
I mean, it may be the current water quality standards. It may be changed water quality standards. I don't know.
So it's speculative, correct? You would be speculating.
I don't know the answer. I don't want to speculate. I don't know the answer to your question.
So taking TUCPs in 2085 as a modeling expert, when you perform a modeling analysis of a future project, how do you address speculative assumptions, like we just discussed, related to the future?
Asked and answered.
I don't see where you're going with this, Ms. Morris. I mean, this sounds like we're falling into a debate as to whether TUCPs are or not speculative, and I don't.
Well, Hearing Officer Kinsey, in this opinion, Dr. Paulson is criticizing DWR for having flaws, and those flaws are related to TUCPs, glass wall assumptions, and catastrophic failure. all of which I believe are speculative. I can say that, but I know this witness will not agree with me. So I'm trying to lay a foundation to understand and her expertise as a modeler, how she would model for those future uncertainties. If I need to rephrase it a different way, that's what I'm getting at.
Okay, so that's a helpful explanation. Let's try, I think we need another question, but let's try that now that you've given that framework as to how Dr. Paulson, in her professional expertise, would address these types of issues.
Yes, Dr. Paulson, how would you address these kinds of future unknown conditions in your modeling analysis?
I think there are two parts. I need to answer that in two ways. The first is that in my case in chief testimony, I was critical of DWR's modeling for not evaluating TUCPs also in current conditions. I think it is possible to do so. Reclamation did so. DWR chose not to. For the future conditions, typically we deal with uncertainty via sensitivity analyses or, other means.
What are other means?
I mean, there are other ways. A sensitivity analysis is essentially a perturbation around, a set of conditions or parameters. I suppose it might be possible to theoretically assume what somebody thinks water quality standards would be in 2085. I am not comfortable doing that.
And neither am
I
Mrs.
may
Duca.
may I? The word TUCPs in association with the 2085 model runs was DWR's. It's not mine.
Well, you're mixing apples and oranges. So I appreciate that clarification about your testimony, but I'm focused on opinion 6 and your criticism of DWR on TUCPs. And so when you say sensitivity analysis, or you said, and I asked you what is other, were you in essence talking about a bookend analysis, something like that, like bookends?
No.
But what did you mean by that last explanation then?
A sensitivity analysis, you mean?
You said sensitivity analysis and other means. And I asked you, what do you mean by other means? And what I thought I heard you describe was a bookend, like something similar to a bookend analysis.
I did not use the word bookend. I wouldn't have used it in this context. What I said is I am not comfortable anticipating what water quality standards might or might not be in 2085. But if somebody else like DWR were, it would be possible to run model scenarios that implement different water quality standards.
I use the word bookend. And so are you suggesting by different water quality standards that you would look at a range, which is also sometimes in layperson language referred to as a bookend analysis?
I don't know how to answer these questions. I'm not clear on what you are asking me. It is not my burden to perform modeling of scenarios in 2085. My opinions relate to DWR's modeling of its 2085 scenarios, which it said would require TUCPs.
Is this a good time to take a break? I'm about ready to change subjects. Well, continue on this subject, but to a different page.
Let's go ahead and take a break. This is a good time. We'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll come back we'll just make it 2:20.
Just a moment, please.
Yeah,
Excuse me,
sure.
Hearing Officer Kenzie and Ms. Morris. Does Ms. Morris have an estimate of roughly how much additional cross time she has? We'd like to let our next set of witnesses from Stockton know when they should expect to be prepared today.
I really don't, because it just depends. I don't know. We could finish and have time to start at least direct, but I would leave that to the hearing officer. I mean, we're already, yeah, I would leave that to you if you want to let those folks go. If we end early, so be it.
Well, we
And
have,
Oh,
I
it's
think-
okay for them to do it. I just wanted to get a sense of an hour or 2 hours, just so they are aware. It sounds like you expect quite a bit more.
I can't give you a specific time estimate, especially based because I don't control the answers, but I do have several pages of questions.
Sure. Well, they'll be prepared to present their direct. We'll see how it goes.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, 2:20.
Thank you.
Thanks. And looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And I want to make sure we have Ms. Tabor. It looks like we have everyone else. Ms. Tabor, are you here with
I'm
us?
sorry, just forgot
No,
to turn
no
the camera on.
problem. I just want to not charge
Thank
ahead
you.
when not everyone's here. Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Morris, I believe.
Okay, so thinking back to our conversation about the modeling and future conditions that we may not know, Dr. Paulson, you have an opinion criticizing DWR for how it did the modeling, but you don't have an opinion as how the modeling should have been done differently. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay, well, how should it have been done in terms of assuming future conditions that are, as we agreed, speculative?
I have certain aspects of how future conditions will be regulated or what water quality standards would be speculative. I don't think future conditions themselves are speculative.
Well, if we don't know what the water quality standards are, then we don't know what potential TUCPs may be or who may ask for them. That would be speculative, correct? But my real question is going back to, you didn't agree with my statement. So how would you have done the modeling different to incorporate things like catastrophic failure in the Delta?
I mean, that's certainly possible to do using the DSM-2 model.
And what assumptions would you make about which islands failed?
I mean, that's not for me to determine.
Okay,
I know, I
don't-
understand that DWR may have performed modeling of failures. I would probably start with the work that's been done and evaluate which islands were assumed to have flooded and look at whether those are realistic assumptions. You'd want to look at the scenarios that you're going to evaluate that for. I mean, clearly we can have Delta failures under current conditions as well as future conditions. I know there's been a lot of work done on the levees. I'd probably want to do an analysis of levee heights and which are vulnerable. And, there's a lot of work that would go into figuring that out.
And let's talk about your glass wall discussion. So if we can turn to DPWA 44, page 75, and PDF page 94. And in here you state that DWR's modeling of delta conditions such as a glass wall assumption, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And which in the context of this opinion and the criticism of the modeling, what specific DWR modeling are you referring to as it pertains to glass wall assumptions?
I mean, my understanding is that DWR made glass wall assumptions in almost all of its modeling that was performed in support of this hearing.
So you're referring to all of the model runs?
I don't know if it's each and every one of them, but it's most of them.
And what do you mean by glass wall assumption?
I mean what FEIR meant by it when it used it in the FEIR.
Which was, as you understand it?
The idea that the water would stay within the confines of the delta channels, would not spill, for example, into islands if there were levee breaches.
And in terms of the modeling that you're criticizing, are you criticizing the calcium modeling, the DSM-2 modeling, or some other modeling effort?
I mean, I think if you made failure assumptions, you would certainly have to incorporate that into DSM-2. You may also want to incorporate that into calcium to figure out how those changed conditions would affect project operations.
But specifically in the context of this opinion, I see you're referring to DSM-2.
Yes, but
okay.
You asked me about calcium as well.
Thank you. I'm just making sure I'm understanding. In your testimony, you described the glass wall approach as assuming that existing levee elevations would keep pace with increasing sea levels, correct?
In my case in chief testimony, I provided an example of how some of the future conditions that were evaluated would have water levels that exceed the current height of the delta channels. And by assuming that the water would stay in the channel, sort of implicit to that is the assumption that the levees would keep it there.
And do you agree that future levee improvement decisions will depend on funding, regulatory requirements, engineering evaluations, and policy decisions that have not yet been made?
I'm sure there are a whole lot of factors that go into that, yes.
So given those uncertainties, would you agree that assumptions regarding future levee configurations necessarily involve some degree of speculation?
No, not in the sense of the evaluations that DWR performed in support of this project.
Would you agree that it would also be speculative to assume that no future levee improvement will occur?
I mean, what I think is not speculative is what I said in my case in chief testimony, which is that I'm not aware that the DCP proposes any levee improvements or funding for that.
Mm-hmm. But my question was different. My question was, is it speculative to assume that no future levee improvements will occur?
I don't know one way or the other.
So it's speculative, correct?
I mean, no, I don't think that that's fair.
I think, Ms. Morris, I'm having a problem with this line of questioning because I'm not sure what you, I mean, we're using the term speculative, but we don't have a, I'm not sure what you mean by it. So it makes sense to me that Dr. Paulson isn't sure what you mean by that.
As you sit here today, Dr. Paulson, do you know that there will be no future levee improvements that will occur in the future?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that there will be future levee improvements?
I mean, I think it's fair to anticipate that there will be at least some levee improvements. I'm aware generally of, efforts to maintain and improve levees within the Delta. My point is that levee failures have happened in the past, as I documented. Future sea level rise is going to put additional stress on levees. By making a glass walls assumption, DWR has effectively assumed that future levee improvements will be made, that they will hold, and that they will be sufficient to keep the water in delta channels, even with large levels of sea level rise.
And when you say that, which modeling run, I think in your case in chief testimony, you were referring very specifically to a 2070 model run based on a memo. Is that accurate? I may be correct me if I'm wrong.
You are mischaracterizing what's in that case in chief testimony.
Okay, what is in the case in chief testimony then?
If you could pull up DPWA-004. And I apologize, I don't know the PDF page number, but it's page 38 of the report. It's probably on the order of 2/3 of the way through the report.
Should we search for glass wall? Would that help?
You could search for figure 20 or glass wall. And if you scroll down a little bit farther to I think it's the top of the next page. Oh, sorry, no, it's a couple of pages on. There's a figure. So for example, this figure shows a whole bunch of different ranges of sea level rise, up to and including 10.2 feet.
And if you could scroll back up to page 68, or where we saw the original glass wall. And when you're talking, or that's probably good right there. It appears in this criticism you are talking about DWR's schism modeling for the future sea level rise, correct?
DWR's glass walls assumption applies to all of the modeling, the DSM-2 modeling and the schism modeling. So here I was looking at the schism model results, which are the only place that I'm aware that DWR performed modeling in the Delta for higher levels of sea level rise. And I was critical of the glass wall assumption that it made in the schism modeling, just as I'm critical of the glass wall assumption that's made in the DSM-2 analysis.
Have you performed any analysis demonstrating that DWR's glass wall assumption produces biased or unreasonable results?
I have performed no independent modeling.
So your criticism of the glass wall assumption is not based on computer modeling analysis that demonstrates DWR's conclusions are incorrect, right?
Been answered.
My analysis is based on all of the details that are laid out in this report. And a good schematic of that is the figure 20 that we were looking at a moment ago.
But that doesn't include any modeling analysis that you conducted, correct?
Asked and answered. We've been over this several times.
Well, Dr. Paulson, if you can answer this, but I think we're ready to move on, Ms. Morris.
Yeah, I relied upon DWR's modeling runs. I performed no independent modeling outside of DWR's modeling runs.
So if we could turn to DPWA 44. And let's go to page 76. That's for Dr. Paulson, but PDF page
Thank you.
95 for Ms. Mullen. And if we could, great, thank you. In this section, you discuss a statement from Ms. Buckman regarding DWR's modeling, correct?
I mean, it's a statement from Ms. Buckman. She discusses DWR's modeling.
And you suggest that DWR may have modeled catastrophic levee failures, correct?
That's a question. The last sentence of the quote here, the italicized quote, implies that that kind of modeling may exist.
But in here you say your testimony is that it appears, correct? You're making that conclusion.
Ms. Buckman said, and some of our modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta at all. None of the modeling that I've reviewed that was submitted in the context of this hearing shows a months-long lack or years-long lack of diversions.
Are you aware that DWR has included analysis of catastrophic levee failure scenarios in the administrative record?
I haven't reviewed those.
Have you reviewed and are you familiar with DWR 00116? We want to pull that up.
Yeah, I don't recall.
If we could, Ms. Mullen, I know you're probably working on it. I'll just say, because I said it fast, DWR 116. I can leave the extra zeros off for this purpose. If we could scroll down to see the title. And Dr. Paulson, did you review this document before preparing your testimony?
I'm aware of its existence. I reviewed it at a super high level. I didn't review it in detail.
Would you agree that catastrophic failure scenarios could be different?
Oh, there's probably an infinite possible array of failure scenarios that you could imagine.
Would you agree that DWR and State Water Resources Control Board's response in each catastrophic scenario would depend on the specific circumstances at the time of the failure?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Delta Conveyance Project would provide the state another tool to address the impacts of a potential catastrophic failure?
I mean, it depends on who would benefit and who would not. I agree that it provides the state with a means of continuing to export water from the Delta, even if it couldn't use the South Delta export points.
And we can take this down, Ms. Mullen, thanks. I actually wanted to ask a question, and this might be for Dr. Garcia. If we could pull up DPWA 42, slide 35. Dr. Garcia, did you prepare or pull the, let me start with this. Were you the one who pulled the information that had the, I'm blanking on what we called it, the little video clip that showed the sloshing movement?
Yes, I prepared those animations using DWR's model results.
Okay. And these, right here, these are, is in essence a screenshot showing different points in that clip, correct? What should I call it? I'm sorry. Can you just tell me what to call it so I learn something and also the record's clear?
You can call it an animation.
Okay, animation. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So are these 4 squares just screenshots of different points during that animation?
Yes.
And if we can blow this up a little bit, and are you familiar with the delta, Dr. Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you call this area that we're sort of focusing on near Jersey Point? What area of the delta? Like Central Delta, South Delta, North Delta? How would you sort of define this area?
Maybe Central or Western Delta.
Okay. And if we could please pull up what's been marked as DWR, keeping this in mind, this location, Dr. Garcia, if we could pull up DWR 404. I need to get you the page number. I thought I had it at hand. Did you review this presentation, this exhibit created by Dr. Priest and your work in this matter?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 17. And if we could zoom in, are you familiar with this figure 2, a map of frequency of occurrence of microcystis visual index for different time periods?
Yes, I recall seeing this.
Okay. And if we could zoom in on the map to the right. And looking at the dots that show the frequency, the blue indicates 0, correct?
On the right side? On the right side, yes.
On the on the left side, is the blue different? Does it indicate something different?
Well, I'm saying
Oh,
the,
okay.
the color blue is 0.
Okay, great. That's what I'm asking for both maps, regardless, right?
Yes, for both maps, it appears the color scale is the same.
And the area that we were just looking at on your figure where the animation occurred, the dots are generally in the blue range. There's no yellow or red dots, correct?
Again, which panel are you looking at? The left
On the
or
right, on the right-hand side.
Well, to be honest, it's a little hard to see some of the circles because they're overlapping on the right side, but I certainly see some red circles and yellow circles and orange circles on the left side in that vicinity.
Right. But do you understand that the right-hand side is showing the levels for 3, 4, and 5, the more severe HAB outbreaks? And I'm asking you about the right-hand side now. In the area we were just looking at, I'm sorry, right is this 4 and 5, levels 4 and 5. Is there any 4 or 5 red or yellow dots in the area where the animation occurred?
Again, I can't tell because there are some circles in that area that are overlapping with others.
Objection, lacks foundation. I don't think he's able to tell to compare his animation picture with what you're showing here on the screen. They're not next to each other.
Dr. Garcia, you said you understand where the delta locations are and where you're location of your animation, correct?
Correct.
And you generally can tell where the location of the animation is on the screen to the right, correct?
I can generally tell where it is, but as I mentioned earlier, there are some overlapping circles that make it hard to tell what information is there.
So you're saying there may be something that's covered up by a blue dot. Okay, we can move on. Let's go to DPWA 42, slide 36. Okay, Dr. Paulson, you have an opinion about tidal sloshing, and in your testimony, you discussed the use of a 90% flushing metric to evaluate tracer movement and residence time in the delta, correct?
I discussed DWR's use of a 90% flushing metric, yes.
Have you reviewed the underlying tracer concentration results themselves, apart from the specific 90% metric?
I don't understand the question, but I think the answer is yes.
Did you examine tracer concentration time series for both the DCP and baseline scenarios?
Yes,
But what you're showing on this slide does not include, and in the animation, does not include DCP, correct?
that's correct.
And you have compared tracer concentrations under DCP directly against the corresponding baseline scenario.
I don't understand that because the tracer concentrations are in the baseline scenario as well. I don't understand your question.
Have you compared tracer concentrations with DCP directly against tracer concentrations with the corresponding baseline scenario?
I mean, generally, yes. Everywhere, no. The purpose of this analysis was to show why DWR's pseudo-residence time doesn't make sense as a metric.
Okay, I'm going to ask this, try this another way. I think I understand what you're saying, but you said did you present in your testimony any tracer concentrations under DCP that show the corresponding baseline scenarios?
I don't believe so. And again, it's because I believe that there are better methods. There's not a reason for me to replicate a flawed method. The purpose of these slides was to show why DWR's method is flawed. Instead of replicating a flawed method, I applied DWR's model results to what I believe is the correct method.
And your animation showed tracer moving between subregions under baseline conditions without any comparison between DCP tracer movement, correct?
In the DCP scenarios, the tracer moves very much in a similar manner as to how it moves in the non-DCP scenarios. In other words, when you see sloshing in a movie like this that goes back and forth through the Jersey Point segment, for example, over multiple days in the baseline, that also happens in the DCP scenario. So yes, we reviewed the model results to be able to confirm that.
So in your animations, you're showing in your testimony that the tracer from one subregion moving into an adjacent subregion through tidal sloshing, that same tidal sloshing could also move tracers out of bloom areas and into areas with less favorable growth conditions, correct?
It depends on which segment you're talking about. Obviously, the sloshing flow of water in the delta conveys water from one subregion into and out of that subregion and sometimes to adjacent subregions. The behavior may differ a little bit in terms of the extent or duration in different subregions, but this kind of fluid mechanics behavior is characteristic of this estuary.
And you said that you did look at, even though you had not presented animations regarding the differences between DCP and baseline conditions. And did I understand you to say that the differences were very similar? There wasn't a difference?
No, you didn't understand that.
Okay.
We didn't, if I may, we didn't do a quantitative comparison of those model results, but we did look at the model results for both the with DCP and the no DCP conditions to confirm that indeed the fluid behavior would be similar.
So were the differences that you compared but didn't present generally large or small?
Again, the hydrodynamics of the estuary is well characterized by these movies of the baseline condition and confirms that the residence time of water in the delta is much, much longer than the pseudo-residence times of water leaving a subregion for the first time. That's true of both the baseline model scenarios and the with DCP model scenarios.
And I think you said no, but I want to confirm. Did you quantify the magnitude of any residence time differences attributable to DCP accounting for 90% of tracer concentration to finally leave a subregion?
I don't know how to answer it other than how I already have.
Well,
We did not do,
I'm
I'm going to answer it
no.
again. We did not do a quantitative comparison of that because we don't believe that it's the best metric. But we did use DWR's DSM-2 model results to confirm that, of course, as expected, the hydrodynamics of the delta, the sloshing flows, the way the different subregions interact with each other is the same in both, or similar at least, in both the baseline and the DCP project scenarios, rather than compare hundreds and hundreds of different subregion evaluations or scenarios. We used the metric that we believed was much more relevant to HABs, which is delta-wide residence time and delta flushing, to characterize what we felt were the important changes in the behavior of water in the delta as induced by the DCP.
And just to be clear, you're not a biologist, are you, Dr. Paulson?
No, I have a basic understanding of HABs biology, but no, I'm not a biologist.
And can you identify any location where DCP caused a substantial increase in tracer concentrations relative to the corresponding baseline scenario?
Objection, substantial is not defined.
A statistically significant.
Again, we didn't perform that analysis because we didn't believe it was the relevant analysis that needed to be performed.
And I wanted to look at, let's see, if we can go to slide 44 of this document, please. And Dr. Paulson, or maybe Dr. Garcia, did you prepare this or did Dr. Paulson prepare this?
I prepared the figure.
Okay, Dr. Garcia. Looking at the full distribution shown in these box plots, the baseline and DCP distributions are nearly identical across the full range of modeling scenarios, correct?
I'm not sure if I would say it's nearly identical. I'm not sure I agree with that statement.
In which, can you point to me in which scenario you think that it is not nearly identical? In which modeling condition?
I would say I think there's a difference between all of the existing condition, the baseline conditions and all of the DCP conditions in which there's an increase in the median values and also increases in other parts of the distribution.
Dr. Paulson, in your opinion 5, if we need to go back to slide 2 that has all your opinions listed, you recomputed delta-wide residence times excluding Sassoon Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your method for residence times in opinion 5 is the same as you described in your case-in-chief testimony, correct?
The method is the same. The volume, the V part of the equation is what changed.
And does your delta-wide residence time methodology account for tidal sloshing?
I mean, yes, tidal sloshing is inherent as part of the, the forces that move water into and out of the delta.
And do you agree that residence times vary for different subregions in the delta based on bathymetry and other circumstances?
I do not know how to answer that question. I will say that water will move through some channels in the delta faster than it moves through others, if that's what you're talking about. But that water can slosh out and back in. So for example, in Jersey Point, that segment was defined to have a small volume relative to the flow rates of water through that segment. And so all of the tracer gets carried upstream on a flood tide and then comes back on an ebb tide. In other parts of the delta, the subregions were defined such that the relationship between the volume of water and the flow rates through that system were different. And again, that's the part of the basis for my opinion that DWR's methods of computing residence time were arbitrary.
And you cite to Monson et al. In your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And if we could look at DPWA 44, just pull that up quickly. PDF page 68. Sorry, I neglected to write the. Maybe it is report page 68. Let me see. I think it might be report page 68. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen.
I think what's on the screen is PDF page 68, which would be report page 49.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry. And this is where you cite to the book. Yep, that was my fault. 68 was right. I got it right and then messed up. Sorry, Ms. Mullen. So back to page 68 at the top, I think it was. And this is where you are citing the Monson paper, correct?
That's one place where I cite to Monson, yes.
Okay. And sorry. Did you include Monson as an exhibit number? I thought I had that and I'm skipping it.
It's DWR 521.
Thank you. We could go to DWR 521. And actually, I'm sorry, can you go back to Dr. Paulson's testimony on page 68? Yeah, we can just, if you're quoting from Monson here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says halfway through the middle of your quotation, for example, the long-term net growth of phytoplankton depends on the full range of growth consumption conditions along tidal trajectories? Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, and these conditions vary along bathymetry gradients, correct?
Yes.
So going back to my question, do you agree that residence times vary for different subregions in the delta based on bathymetry and other circumstances?
No, that's not what this says. I mean, it's not that I disagree with what you said, but this says something different.
So you believe a single metric of delta-wide residence time is an equally applicable parameter for us to look at changes in HABs formation regardless of the specific location in the delta?
That is not what I've said.
So so we should look at regional areas and not the delta as a whole.
You're mischaracterizing my testimony.
Well, I just said two things that were direct opposite, and you said no to both of them. So
I think that's not, Ms. Morris, I'll say that is not quite fair. I don't think the two were direct. I did not understand them to be exclusive in their diagrams.
does your method show variations in exposure time between the different regions in the delta?
The method that I have, the residence time for the whole delta, is indicative of how much flushing occurs in the delta as a whole. There are variations in different regions of the delta, but when the residence time of the delta as a whole increases significantly, there are changes in the flushing time in those various regions. So it's not to say that the amount of time water will hang out in one place in the delta is the same as in every other place of the delta. It's to say that when the residence time of the delta as a whole increases, in general, the residence time of the subregions increases as well.
So in your opinion 5, you state the updated analysis confirms frequency and severity of HABs, correct?
I don't remember writing that sentence. I think I talk about the likelihood of HABs.
Updated analysis showed that the DCP would increase both the frequency and severity of harmful algal blooms in the Delta. That's on opinion 5. If you need me to pull up slide 2 again.
I appreciate you reading the full quote. I did write that.
Is this based on differences you reported based on your computation of Delta-wide residence times?
In part, yes.
And what else is it based on?
It's based on my analysis of DWR's lack of demonstration that there are differences between delta subregions that would affect the factors that affect HAB growth. It's based on my general understanding of the delta. It's based on some of the information that I've presented, for example, the salinity tolerance of microcystis. It's based on the data that we have pulled out of DWR's model runs, describing the increases in residence time for certain months of the year. It's based on my understanding of DWR's temperature modeling. It's based on a lot of things.
Are you aware of peer-reviewed delta-wide residence time being used as a threshold that signifies frequency and severity of HABs?
I mean, I'm certainly aware of literature that discusses conditions within the delta as they relate to HABs as a function of changing conditions in the delta.
And are those changing conditions delta-wide residence time as a threshold?
They're certainly related to delta-wide residence time, yes. For example, Dr. Priest published a paper where she looks at the occurrence of HABs in a wet year versus a dry year. And she found that the HABs were more likely in a dry year than in a wet year. That could be both as a function of nutrient concentrations, which is what she keyed on, but also the residence times of the delta are significantly longer in a dry year than they are in a wet year. So yes, the literature does bear on that.
But let's be clear. The paper that Dr. Priest wrote that you just referenced was not related to residence time. That's your characterization of different water year types. That actual paper doesn't use delta-wide residence time as a metric, correct?
No, it probably doesn't. But again, the inflows to the delta are directly related to the delta residence time.
In regards to your opinion 5 about the increase in frequency and severity of HABs from the Delta Conveyance Project, what peer-reviewed literature or ecological analysis did you rely on to establish that a 1.5 to 4.6 increase in delta-wide residence time is sufficient to meaningfully increase HAB frequency or severity?
First of all, I didn't make that conclusion. I said that an increase in residence time is going to increase the likelihood of HABs, particularly when combined with higher water temperatures and a longer growing season in the future.
But you specifically you state that there's a 1.5 to 4.6 increase in delta-wide residence time, correct?
Are you looking at the tables that are, let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. Where are you looking at?
I think we need to go back to your PowerPoint, which is 42.
I think we can stay in the reports.
I don't have a copy of the report. If you have a page number, I can.
PDF page 83.
Thank you.
Yeah, page 83.
So the numbers that you just cited, I believe, are the long-term annual average increase in residence times. These tables are important because they also look at the increase in residence times in specific months. They're still long-term averages, but they're broken out by month. And so you can see that the residence time increases in certain months, certain of the warm months when HABs are more likely, significantly more than the numbers that you just read, which are long-term averages of long-term averages.
And so my question remains, based on your conclusion from this table, what peer-reviewed literature or ecological analysis did you rely on to establish that these percent increases in delta-wide residence time is sufficient to meaningfully increase C-HAB frequency or severity?
Again, I am unaware of peer-reviewed literature that looks at increases of residence time due to the DCP and relates them to HABs. My opinion is that any increase in residence time, particularly when it occurs during the season that HABs are most likely, which is the warmer months, is going to increase the likelihood and severity of HABs. And I think the peer-reviewed literature supports that interpretation.
Specifically, which literature are you referring to that you think supports that?
I mean, I think that paper that we just talked about that Dr. Priest published about recent algal blooms in a wet year versus a dry year supports that interpretation.
Anything else?
Oh, there's a wide body of literature. Yes. I don't know. I don't have the specific citations, but some of the layman papers, other papers absolutely support the idea that you're more likely to have HABs when you have lower flow rates or dry conditions, which in turn equate to longer residence times.
And did you cite those? If I can find all those in your report, all the citations.
They're in Dr. Priest's information, which I did cite.
Okay. HAB formation, would you agree HAB formation is a localized phenomenon and that blooms form in specific locations within the delta based on local conditions?
I mean, I think that can be an important factor, but we've had blooms in many different locations in the delta.
And would you agree that the severity of the blooms in different locations in the delta are equal or the same?
I mean, I think the data speak for themselves. You showed some graphics of the visual index. Sorry, I forget exactly what it's called, but the visual index that shows that we've had incidences of HABs in a wide variety of locations throughout the delta.
In the Monson paper that you cite to, it states that there's no single transport timescale valid for all time periods, locations, and constituents, correct?
That paper is a review of different ways that you can talk about characteristic transport times and the manner in which those might be used. So it's a discussion of a wide variety of metrics that have been used historically over time.
But you agree that it doesn't state that there's a single transport time scale that's valid for all time periods, locations, and constituents, correct?
Are you talking about the delta? I mean, you're reading from the paper, right? She said that there is no single transport timescale for a system that is valid for all time periods, locations, and constituents, and that no one timescale describes all transport processes. By selecting timescales most appropriate for the questions being addressed and explicitly defining the calculation approach, we can develop a practice that adds rigor to our application of transport timescales for revealing mechanisms of spatial and temporal variability in aquatic systems. And she then went on in the quote that we were looking at previously to note that the timescale that you select may depend upon the process that you are trying to evaluate. And in her opinion, she wrote that the long-term net growth of phytoplankton, which would be like CHABs, depends upon the full range of growth consumption characteristics along tidal trajectories. You know, that's an exposure
I don't want to
time
interrupt,
metric.
but this is really going way far beyond the question that I asked. And we're just reading from a paper now. And I asked about her understanding of a specific portion, which she answered and is now just continually reading the paper.
Dr. Paulson, do you
The
I don't
witness
wanna
should be
cut you
allowed to
off.
finish answering.
Right, I want to make sure you're able to fully, but in a matter of efficiency. So if you would please, Dr. Paulson, you're welcome to finish, but if you would succinctly do so.
I mean, I would say that taking that one sentence out of context is an inappropriate way to ask this question. I was trying to provide a more fulsome answer and explain how different measures of transport time or exposure time might be relevant to different conditions. As I've stated previously, it's my opinion that the exposure time, looking at that water as it sloshes, is more relevant than looking at how long it takes that water to leave a specific segment for the first time. And that delta residence time is a more appropriate metric. Changes in delta residence time are more appropriate for understanding whether HABs are going to become more likely or less likely in the future as a result of an implementation of a project such as this.
But based on what you read, would you agree with Monson at all that the recommendation that selecting the timescale most appropriate for the question being addressed is a good methodology?
Yes.
And Dr. Paulson, you testified that DWR failed to demonstrate that conditions vary between subregions used for residence time modeling in ways that are meaningful to HAB growth, correct?
Yes.
And your own analysis suggests that temperature, salinity, and channel velocities are broadly similar across delta subregions, correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said that DWR asserted that there were differences between subregions in these factors that were meaningful to HAB growth, but they presented no evidence. That's different.
Right, but I wasn't asking about DWR's analysis. I was asking about your analysis. And my question was the analysis that you did and looked at, that temperature, salinity, and channel velocities, based on what you looked at, in your opinion, are they broadly similar across delta subregions?
I think there are some finer details that are missing from model results like DSM-2, but yes, generally, yes. I'm aware of no evidence that there are differences between subregions that would affect HAB growth.
And would you agree that the scientific documentation of CHAB blooms in the Delta are not uniformly distributed, and that areas like Discovery Bay and Stockton waterfront consistently experience more severe blooms than surrounding main channel waters?
I mean, I think that's generally true.
So, and we can pull this up. I think if you need it, but we can look at that hotspot, DWR 404 PDF, page 17. And I guess my question is if conditions are similar across subregions, as we've just discussed, what would explain the documented concentration of severe blooms in specific areas rather than a continuous severe bloom throughout the broader delta?
I mean, I think it could be a variety of factors. It could be related to local conditions take Discovery Bay as an example. It receives very little flushing. The water temperatures get to be very high in there. When you have algal blooms, they can leave behind cells that then can trigger a future bloom. So I think there are a whole variety of factors that can explain why they have historically been distributed in this way. I would also point out that the subregions that DWR defined were defined, and I don't have the exact words in front of me, but I can find them, as they chose those subregions because they had a greater likelihood of blooms.
So wouldn't the most scientifically consistent explanation for bloom hotspots be local conditions that you just described within those areas, like calmer water, longer retention, warmer temperatures that create a more favorable condition that are not replicated in adjacent main channel subregions?
I mean, I think that's fair, but if you look at the map at the left, we've got algal blooms and signs of algal blooms that have happened in a large part of the Delta. Even if you have an algal bloom in, say, Discovery Bay or in the Stockton waterfront, the movement of water in this system is tidal, it's sloshing. Those segments exchange water with adjacent segments, and that water moves throughout the delta. So it's possible that the footprint of HABs, the severity, the length, the growing season, all of that will expand in the future.
How does delta-wide residence time changes explain HAB changes in Discovery Bay, in your opinion?
HAB changes in Discovery Bay? I don't understand the question.
How do delta-wide residence time changes explain potential increases in HAB development in Discovery Bay?
I don't think that that's one of the things that I looked at, but let me try to explain. If you have HABs in Discovery Bay and you have a dry condition where you have less flushing of the delta and longer residence times, and on every tidal cycle, you have water exchanging between Discovery Bay and the channels just outside of Discovery Bay, those longer residence times mean that the HAB cells that leave Discovery Bay and enter the delta will stick around for longer than they would have if you had shorter residence times and more flushing. So again, having longer residence times in the delta increases the likelihood that you will have blooms in other parts of the delta.
So dry periods driven by climate are causing those changes, not the Delta Conveyance project.
That is not what I said either. Climate change will increase residence times in the delta. And it's my opinion, based on DWR's modeling, that the DCP would increase residence times in the delta further. And also, an increase in residence times increases the likelihood that you're going to have longer, more frequent, and more severe HABs.
And how do changes in delta-wide residence time caused by DCP help us figure out how DCP affects HAB formation in Discovery Bay?
I don't think I offered an opinion about HAB formation in Discovery Bay. I just explained why we evaluated Discovery Bay, how it relates to delta residence time, how it relates to flushing. I didn't offer opinions about what causes the initiation of HABs in Discovery Bay. Although I did state some of the factors that are probably relevant to that question.
And I want to turn to some of the discussion about Fall X2. Do you know when Fall X2 requirements came into effect?
Oh, I don't remember the start date.
And do you know if Fall X2, if the Fall X2 action is an adaptive management action?
Oh, it probably is. I mean, I think it's called it's a SMELT action. I forget the exact name of it, but it's in the report.
Do you know if Fall X2 requirements have changed over time?
I mean, I'm aware that some months have not adhered to Fall X2.
Are you aware that Fall X2 is only applicable in wet and above normal years?
Yes, I testified to that fact.
Would you agree then that DWR's modeling of various scenarios includes multiple years that do not, that without Fall X2?
I mean, because DWR's modeling includes a long hydrologic record that includes critical, dry, and below normal year types, and because Fall X2 would not apply in those year types, yes, there are years inside of DWR's modeled record that do not operate to Fall X2.
Did you conduct any modeling to show incremental changes in salinity with DCP that would be different than what DWR already presented?
Asked and answered.
Yeah, as I explained, I'm not aware that anybody has provided publicly available models that simulate both Fall X2 removal and DCP operations. What I presented in my testimony was modeling that shows the impacts of each of those actions taken singly or individually.
And if we could go to DPWA 44, please, on PDF page 103. Sorry, Dr. Polson, I'm seeing if I can find
No worries. If we go there, I can find it. Could you please just scroll down to the bottom of the page? 84. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, and looking at the fourth paragraph, I lost my spot on where we are. Okay, can we scroll up a quick second? 1, 2, 3, and then I think it's the one that says
Without?
without DSM-2 modeling. Yeah. I mean, you state here that without that modeling, it's not possible to quantify the impacts of both actions, correct?
I am unaware of modeling of both actions taken together, and therefore I do not know how to quantify the impacts of both actions taken together.
And both actions are, in this context, DCP and fault X2 removal, correct?
Yes.
But later down on the page, you conclude without any quantitative analysis that operation of both the DCP and removal of fault X2 requirements would increase salinity and residence time within the deltas to levels greater than those that would result from either action implemented alone, correct?
No, that's not correct. I did perform quantitative analysis to support that conclusion.
You looked at two different models that potentially have different assumptions for climate change, and then you added those impacts on top of each other, correct?
No, I quantified the impacts of the DCP compared to its baseline, and I quantified the impacts of the Fall X2 removal action compared to its baseline. Both of those sets of model scenarios, well, reclamations were for 1/2 foot of sea level rise. I made that comparison or analysis looking at DWR's model scenarios that also evaluated 1/2 foot of sea level rise. I also looked at the time of year and the magnitude of the changes in salinity that were predicted for each of those, and they often overlapped. On that basis, in my judgment, it is safe to assume that if you implemented both actions together, they would likely lead to higher salinity than either action implemented alone. But again, we don't know the magnitude of that because we don't know how the DCP would be operated in a Fall X2 removed scenario, and nobody has quantified the impact of those two actions taken together, or at least I'm not aware of it in publicly available modeling files.
And you also did not quantify it, as you stated.
That is correct. I did not.
Do you
I
know
did not perform that modeling.
Do you know if the water year types and reclamations action 5 and DWR's DCP 2043 CC 50 calcium runs are the same?
I didn't look at that.
And we can go to PDF page 121 of this DWR or DPWA 044 and looking at the first complete paragraph.
Sorry, what page are we on in terms of the printed page number?
Oh, can we go to the bottom, Ms. Mullen? And then
Oh, I
back.
think I found it. Is it?
102.
Okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
And then the first full paragraph in DPWA 004. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could scroll down to the quote, I just want to confirm, it looks like you're just copying and pasting your own rebuttal testimony in this section from DPWA 004. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, because Mr. Schwartz appears to have understood what I said, so I restated it in my rebuttal of his testimony.
And you're talking about DWR's two-step hydrology adjustment procedure used to develop the climate-adjusted historical hydrology in this paragraph, correct?
Yes, based on the document that we looked at earlier, the December 2023 document that we looked at earlier.
No, that was looking at 2043. I mean, it may have also described that, but when we looked at that document, I just want to be clear, we were looking at 2043 scenarios. So I want to, can you please, this where it says DWR is relatively simple, two-step adjustment method represents an improvement in simulation. Do you see that? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. And I believe that you are referring to the climate adjusted historical hydrology, correct?
All of it's climate adjusted historical hydrology. We're modeling the same 100-year period over and over, but just set at different climate points.
Okay. What modeling run are you talking about when you talk about DWR's simple two-step adjustment method? What modeling run do you mean to associate with that?
Sure, give me a moment. It's in the case in chief testimony. I just have to find it.
It's the adjusted hydrology that I'm talking about is often referred to in the literature as climate adjusted historic hydrology, or CAH, if that helps.
I don't think I used that term in my report, but
You
I
do.
described the process by which DWR adjusted the historical record, the full 100-year record, to the most recent 30 years. And I mean, I'm sure describing it in two steps is a little bit oversimplified, but it is basically two steps. And I described that in my case in chief testimony at a location that I have not located yet.
That's okay. I think now we're on the same
I
page.
believe it's on pages 39 to 40.
So in this, you're talking this two-step adjustment process. Just to be clear, we're talking about what DWR calls the climate adjusted historical hydrology, correct?
I believe that's true.
And in this testimony that you've repasted is critiquing DWR's climate adjusted historical hydrology, the two-step adjustment, correct?
Yes, and it's tearing off Mr. Schwartz's testimony that the climate adjusted hydrology represents current hydroclimate conditions.
So you understand that the climate adjusted historical hydrology is only used to represent current or near contemporary hydrologic conditions, correct?
I mean, I believe some of those adjustments were also carried forward into the future 100-year periods.
But the specific climate adjusted historical hydrology, the two-step adjustment process, do you understand that that is used to represent current or near contemporary hydrologic conditions? It's not
I mean, I think so. I think we're talking
climate
past
change.
each.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm trying to.
Let's, Ms. Morris, I don't know if you were done with your question or not, but I think you were talking over, so I'm sure that the reporter couldn't get the conversation. So Ms. Morris, did you finish your question?
I don't think so, because I'm trying to say the climate adjusted historical hydrology is used to represent current or near contemporary conditions, not a 2043 or 2085 type of climate change assumption. Do you understand the difference between those two?
I think I do, but I think we're still talking past each other. Mr. Schwartz confirmed that the first adjustment, the two-step adjustment process, brought everything to current, but did not project out for some of these factors that are here. And he concluded that it would not be possible to do so. So in part, my opinion is based on Mr. Schwartz's testimony. I do separately understand, for example, as we've discussed, that the 2043 is a midpoint of a different 30-year period, which does not extend to the full operating time of the proposed DCP.
Do you understand that the climate adjusted historical hydrology is a single run and that there are not additional scenarios? Sorry, one second. I think, you know what, I think this is actually really important because I do think there is a confusion about this. So let me try to be very clear here. When we talk about the climate adjusted historical hydrology, and Mr. Singh provided that in his testimony, case in chief testimony, those modeling runs, correct?
Sorry, say that one again. Mr. Singh provided
The modeling runs for the climate adjusted historical hydrology.
Are you talking about the updated baseline for 2020 conditions?
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. And do you understand that though that modeling run and those assumptions in the climate adjusted historical hydrology is only representing current or near contemporary hydrologic conditions?
Yes, I do. And that's precisely why I'm critical of it. Because for the 2020 modeling conditions, we're using that condition to evaluate a project that will begin to operate in 2045 and continue to operate probably through the end of the century.
But we already talked
And
about
there are other changes that are going to happen over that time period.
which are that we talked about other modeling runs that were presented by DW.
Which were modeled for a
20
2043 scenario, which still does not extend to the end of the century.
Just wanna be-
Objection. Ms. Morris appears to be testifying or arguing with Dr. Paulson, and I'm really not understanding where the cross-examination that relates to Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony is coming from.
I'm trying to get us on the same page. I'm not arguing. I just didn't get
I think this is, yeah, no, I think that's fair. I mean, this is a difficult discussion. I appreciate both individuals trying to reiterate where you're coming from on each issue, and I don't understand this to be argument. I understand, Ms. Morris, you're trying to get to the bottom of this, so we can continue. But I do want to be careful that the two of you are not talking, physically talking over each other, and you allow
I
each
apologize.
to, yep. Oh no, it's
Same for me.
it's difficult.
So just below the sentence, when you're referring to the two-step climate adjusted historical hydrology, you note in several places that DWR's process for creating the climate adjusted hydrology did not account for future changes that are expected to occur, but that have not yet been observed. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
So would you expect that a hydrology sequence that is intended to represent current and near contemporary conditions should include impacts that may or may not occur 80 years into the future?
That's not the point I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that this project will never operate under contemporary conditions. It will always operate under future conditions. And so I think the current level conditions are informative, but they don't address that second question.
Which you also agree is not addressed by the 2043 climate change scenarios or the 2085 calcium run.
Well, only the 2043 will run for the Delta using DSM-2. I haven't dug into the 2085 or the 2070 runs in as much detail because I've focused my analysis on mainly what's happening inside the Delta, and DWR didn't model those conditions for those years, those later years.
And looking at the citation that you are bringing back up here, and so in essence, maybe we are completely misunderstanding. Are you saying that these items that you list, 1, 2, 3, and I think there's 4 of them on this page, that those are not accounted for in DWR's 2043 modeling? Or are you simply saying that they aren't accounted for in the climate adjusted I'm just going to call it the CAH from now on, the CAH. It's a mouthful. Which one are you applying this criticism to?
I mean, when I initially wrote this text in my case in chief testimony, it was obviously being applied to the updated baseline and the DCP ITP operations for a 2020 level, because that was what was available at the time. I've just copied these paragraphs over, and that criticism that I made in my case in chief testimony still holds. I think I added bold, but
But does it still hold as to the 2043? Are you trying to apply these same criticisms to the 2043 climate change assumptions? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
I think so, to the extent that, again, the 2043 is the center of a 30-year period, and the project will operate way beyond that.
Okay, well then let's go through these. So if we scroll down a little bit on this page where you let's see, it says there's a long citation here, and the quote that you include is talking about conditions. You see where you say warming projected for 2100 could raise average basin-wide ET by 28% and reduce river flow by 26%. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's it doesn't show that here, but I went back to DPWA 004 on page 40, and that's a citation to Golden and Bells in 2014, correct?
Page 40. Let me double check. I think so, but
It does say that right in the middle of this page.
oh, yes. Golden and Bales. Golden and Bales. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but yes.
And are you aware that that study is looking at the Kings River Basin?
Yes.
Does the Kings River Basin provide any water supply to the State Water Project?
No, I think it probably doesn't, but it's indicative of the kind of information that's out there and how hydrology may change in certain parts of the state.
And looking
My
at
goal with this wasn't to be exhaustive. It was to provide examples of the information that are out there that could be used to support a more fulsome analysis.
So is it your testimony that DWR in its 2043, both scenarios for climate change modeling assumptions did not look at increased ET?
I mean, I'm sure they did consider increased ET in some of the climate adjusted, right? Even the historical updates can sort of incorporate some increased ET. But did they consider it at 2100? I don't think so.
So is that your criticism? Are you, I'm really just trying to understand. Are you saying DWR should have looked at ET out to 2100? Is that the point of resurfacing this quote?
The point is simply that there is literature to support climate adjustments. Mr. Schwartz confirmed that at least for the 2020 level runs, those adjustments had not been made, and yet that is being applied to a future project. And DWR is relying on those model results in this hearing and as justification for the project. My concern is whether or not future climate conditions have been adequately modeled to incorporate some of these factors. I also testified and stated in this report that I don't think it's necessary to model each and every one of these factors, but to perform some additional sensitivity analyses.
So I have questions about that, but that wasn't not my question now. I'm going to try this again. You just stated that back to the 2020 ITP modeling, and now we have 2043 modeling that you all at 2043 two scenarios and 2085 calcium. And are you still criticizing those for not including increased ET?
I don't know that these factors were considered individually and how those climate scenarios were developed. As I stated previously, I did not look at the details of the climate scenarios for 2085. I think my criticism is essentially at a higher level related to what DWR did consider and did model versus when the project is going to operate. I'm trying to be clear.
If we can scroll down, I think maybe where it says in contrast, let's see. I think it might be on the next page. Sorry, Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down. It's actually on page 123, sorry. And then do you see in the paragraph beginning in contrast?
Yes.
In your opinion, would additional sensitivity analysis that you are discussing here include different climate scenarios that evaluate different levels of warming and precipitation that highlight more severe droughts, larger floods, and ET increasing with higher temperature?
What are you reading from? I'm sorry.
Where you state, in contrast, my opinion is that performing additional analyses would be consistent with the best available science. And I'm asking about what that would include. Do you need me to repeat the question?
I do, because you were talking about words that aren't in this paragraph.
What I'm asking your opinion. your opinion is there should be additional analysis that would be consistent with best available science. And so my question to you is, in your opinion, would that additional analysis look like sensitivity analysis that would include climate scenarios that evaluate different levels of warming and precipitation that would highlight more severe droughts, larger floods, and ET increasing with higher temperatures? Is that
Objection, compound question.
I mean, I think there are a lot of ways that sensitivity analyses could be structured. My point is that I'm not aware that they have been done.
So Ms. Morris, if you want to go through those one by one, I don't know if it's necessary, it's up to you. But
I think I got my answer. Sorry. But you said you did review the climate change assumptions and how they were developed, correct?
Are you talking about the December 2023 report that we looked at earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I did review that at a high level.
And if we could go back to the bottom of 121 and the top of page 122. And in this fourth bullet, or fourth, where it says fourth, the elements of increasing frequency and severity of wildfires. And this criticism, are you still focused on the CAH, or is this related to for other climate change scenarios that are now in part of this hearing?
This is related to the runoff responsible watershed following wildfire. I don't remember reading anything about that in the December 2023 report. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've looked at it. But I don't remember seeing that that was a consideration.
So again, this is all criticism originally of the CAH. So my question is, you repasted it here. Are you still criticizing the CAH for this deficiency, or are you criticizing the other climate change modeling runs that have now been presented?
Okay, let me try again. Let me try to be clear. So my understanding, based on a read, and again, if I'm wrong, please point it out to me and I'll correct the error. But I don't remember seeing anything in that December 2023 report that talked about the runoff response of watersheds following wildfire.
Okay, let's try it this way. Dr. Paulson, is it true that a severe wildfire, such as the Dixie Fire, burned through the Feather River watershed in 2021?
I don't remember the exact dates or locations. I'll take your word for that.
Okay. And it's been approximately, if you agree with my date, caveat that you may disagree at some point, approximately 5 years since that fire, correct?
I believe that's right. Well, 4 years if it was 2022.
Specifically, how has that fire impacted stream flows in the Feather River watershed?
Objection.
I haven't looked at that.
And can you point to any references in the record that document greater ET or lower soil moisture observations in the post-wildfire environment in the Feather River watershed?
I haven't specifically looked at that.
And are you aware of literature on wildfire impacts on watersheds and hydrology that show uniform impacts? Or stated another way, do wildfires always have consistent impacts on hydrology no matter where they occur?
Objection, compound question, no foundation.
let's go, if you have an opinion, Dr. Paulson, if you can answer the latter question.
I mean, I am definitely aware that burn intensity and wildfire recovery can vary by location and with a range of specific conditions. I have not looked at that with respect to the Feather River watershed.
And in terms of, you said it can vary on location, can it also vary based on the landscape in which the wildfire may occur?
Yes, I think that's generally true.
And as you sit here today, do you know exactly where wildfires will occur in the future?
Objection, argumentative.
No, and this, nobody does. But I think it's safe to assume that we, unfortunately, probably already have entered an era of more frequent wildfires. And the literature that I'm citing to talks about how the extent of the burned area will increase in the future.
And what year was that report that you're citing to?
Uh, I will have to look it up.
We could also take, if you'd like a response to that, Ms. Morris, at this time, we could take a 5-minute break. That might be, or so.
I'm kind of getting to the end, so, and I
Okay.
want to take the break to look through my notes. So I have a few more
Noted.
questions and I could come back to
Well,
that.
I think I can answer that one. I think I
Great.
found the reference in the original report. I think that study, if I'm looking at this correctly, was labeled as DPWA 31 and is a study from 2018, which is called Wildfire Simulations for California's Fourth Climate Change Assessment, Projecting Changes in Extreme Wildfire Events with a Warming Climate.
And Dr. Paulson, as you sit here today, do you know what fuels reduction treatments will occur in the next 20 years in California?
No.
And do you know what impact, let's strike that. Is it possible that depending on where, when, and how severe future fires occur, the result could be either greater stream flow and water supply or lower stream flow and water supply?
Objection, compound question, lacks foundation, vague.
Well, yeah, I think it's not that simple. The runoff responsible watershed can change in a number of different ways. Wildfire can change the hydrograph of what runs off. It can change the subsequent ET in the watershed. There are a number of changes that can happen.
So you would agree that there's a number of changes that, as we all sit here today, are unknown about how wildfire could change runoff?
No, I cited to a paper that talks about some of those effects.
So is it fair to say that your opinion is based solely on that paper since there are no other citations regarding that?
I think that there are other citations. I cite to California's Fourth Climate Change Assessment from 2019. I cite to OEHA 2018, Indicators of Climate Change in California. I cite to a 2024 paper called The Impact of Forest Fires on Watershed Hydrological Response. Those are all in my case in chief testimony. Again, I wasn't trying to be exhaustive, but trying to provide examples of the type and kind of information that I believe should be considered.
And in those contexts and those citations, sorry, do they specifically talk about stream flow and impacts to stream flow in all of those citations?
Oh, I don't recall in all. I think probably all or most talk about stream flow.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I could get like 10 minutes, if this would be the time to take a 10-minute break, and
Sure.
I think I'm almost done.
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:55. Thanks. Welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And I do want to make sure, as usual, Ms. Tabor, are you here with us as well? Excellent. All right, I think we're all here. Ms. Morris, back to you.
Okay. And sorry, I just want to go back and I think that there is still some uncertainty. So I want to make sure regarding your opinion 10, and if we could go to DPWA 044, report page 101, and oh, I don't know the PDF page now. It's
That's
that
okay,
one
I'm
we're
with
just
you.
on, I think. Yes. If we can scroll to the top up from this. One more page up, Miss Mullen, please. Okay, great. So I'm just trying to understand because there's some confusion because of the citation back to DPWA 004. So above this section, you say subsequently in October 2025 and a list of dates, DWR released CalSIM and DSM-2 model runs that evaluated baseline condition and impacts for DCP, so on and so forth. And I evaluate those scenarios in this rebuttal testimony. Correct?
Yes.
But if you could just scan through section 3.10.2, which is on pages 101, 102, 103, and 104, the citations beginning on page 102 are all related to the CAH and pasted from DPWA 004, correct?
I think you're taking the sentence, the subsequently sentence, out of context. It's not part of 3.10.2. It's part of 3.10.1. So the analyses that I'm referring to for the 0.5 and the 1 feet of sea level rise, they're the other analyses that are in this report. I'm sorry, is there an echo?
There was. I'm not sure where that was arising from, but I think
I'm
we're
not
okay.
sure either. Okay.
Okay, so then, well, you tell me, if we look at section 3.10.2 on its own, then it just begins talking about and criticizing the CAH, right?
I mean, again, I'm rebutting Mr. Schwartz's testimony, Mr. Schwartz's rebuttal testimony. He was critical of my testimony in the case in chief. I think that he misunderstood what I said, and I'm rebutting what he said about my case in chief testimony.
But you understand that his rebuttal was based on your comments about the CAH run, not any future climate change run. Correct?
I think so. That's why my rebuttal is addressing exactly that same thing.
But would you agree that section 3.10.2 is specifically just talking about your response and Mr. Schwartz's response? All of his response back was about the CAH, not about any future climate change model runs.
I mean, again, we just walked through one of the factors that I talked about, the wildfire factor. Again, to the best of my memory and recollection, the December 2023 report that is the basis for DWR's modeling doesn't talk about that.
Okay, Dr. Paulson, I'm not trying to be tricky here. What
I'm
I
not either.
understand is what we need to respond to, and I can tell you that all of us are kind of scratching our heads here. So if you want to go to page 104 and look at the conclusion of this 3.10.2, in a way, it's like we're comparing apples and oranges, and we're trying to understand what your argument is. That is literally all I'm trying to do. So
my argument is that the climate adjusted updated baseline hydrology is insufficient.
okay, and that is all you were trying to get at in this section 3.10.2. You're not applying these critiques to other modeling runs.
Not explicitly, although, as I've noted, I am not aware of evidence that DWR, including in the future climate runs, which cite to the same document, the same December 2023 document, considered some of the factors that I listed.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to the room to confirm that there are no other cross-examination questions for this testimony of Dr. Paulson. Or Dr. Garcia. I should include both. I have asked my questions. Thank you for allowing me to interject. So with that, I will look to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have redirect for Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia?
I do. Give me just a moment here. Sorry, I'm just pull up. I've been taking some notes and. Okay. So let's start with Dr. Garcia, if we may. Dr. Garcia, how many years have you been working with the DSM-2 model?
I would say with the DSM-2 model specifically, maybe about 2 to 3 years.
Okay. And if you had to estimate, how many hours of time have you spent working with the DSM-2 model over the course of your professional experience?
Specifically with DSM-2, well over 100, definitely in the hundreds of hours, possibly thousands. I couldn't put a solid number on it.
Okay. And where exponent derived information from DWR's DSM-2 modeling files, who did that work?
In terms of extracting the DWR's model outputs, into our analyses, I did that work.
Thank you. Did Dr. Paulson provide direction as to the methods that you used to derive that information and compile it?
Yes, I think it was a discussion we had where, we were pulling the data out and we were also doing cross checks to make sure that it was consistent with what's, in the different formats that the data was extracted.
Thank you. Did Dr. Paulson review the results that you produced?
Yes.
Is there anything unique about DSM-2 that requires special training to understand and manipulate it as compared to the other models that are described in your CV?
I would say nothing particularly, special or unique about it. It is like many other models, a text-based, based on text input files and output files. And some of the outputs are in a DSS format, which is a commonly used data file for other models and programs as well. There are also HDF5 model output files that are produced by DSM-2, and that's also another common model file format.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Paulson, I think the rest of my questions are probably for you. Did you supervise Dr. Garcia's work with the DSM-2 model, DWR's DSM-2 modeling?
Yes.
Great. And have you worked with Dr. Garcia on the other DSM-2 modeling matters that he has worked on that don't involve the DCP?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay. And were you his supervisor for those matters?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of how many hours of time Dr. Garcia spent in total, considering all the matters that he's worked on with you, working with DSM-2 modeling?
Oh, I haven't thought about that. I mean, he said hundreds to thousands of hours. I would guess we're on the thousands end of the scale, but I don't know exactly.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm, you have experience working with DSM-2 modeling?
Yes.
How would you describe your experience working with DSM-2 modeling in terms of a time or a number of matters?
Oh boy. I mean, I've worked on delta modeling for a long, long time there used to be another 1D model that we also used, the Fisher delta model, that's not supported any longer. I don't remember when my work transitioned over to using DSM-2. I'm guessing that was on the order of, I don't know, 15 or more years ago. But in terms of delta modeling. I mean, since I finished my PhD in 1997. Sorry, I'm old.
Thank you. So in your professional opinion, does Dr. Garcia possess the expertise necessary to adequately evaluate and extract reliable information from DWR's DSM-2 modeling results?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Do you recall the dialogue that you had with Ms. Morris about the EI ratio?
Yes.
Okay. The D16, is it correct that D1641 pertains to the operation of the currently configured state water project?
And CVP, yes.
Okay. And so that decision contemplates the state water project's export pumps operating in the South Delta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And currently those South Delta exports are governed by the EI ratio as it's defined in D1641, correct?
Yes.
Does the EI ratio assume that inflow makes its way through the Delta to the South Delta export facilities?
Calls for speculation.
Well,
Overruled.
no, it's
On your
I-
understanding of D1641.
yes. I mean, the exports are pulling fresh water out of the Delta. That fresh water originates as inflow to the Delta. So yes, I mean, I guess there's also precipitation on the Delta waterways and adjacent watershed areas. But other than that, the vast majority of the flow or the water in the Delta originates as inflow.
Thank you. Would treating DCP diversions as an export under the EI ratio result in more, or could it, excuse me, let me rephrase it, could treating DCP diversions as an export under the EI ratio result in more exports from the South Delta facilities, even though a portion of the inflow, assumed inflow, would not actually travel all the way through the Delta prior to being diverted?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I think the EI ratio is sort of agnostic as to which freshwater source.
Okay.
My testimony related more to the idea that Sacramento River water that's diverted at the North Delta intakes doesn't enter the Delta. You know, the water that's diverted up there won't flow into the Delta and by extension to the South Delta pumps. But is that what you had meant?
I'm just wondering if treating the DCP diversions as an export could result in greater diversions from the South Delta facilities as
Oh, if the E to I
1641 is
ratio
applied. Yes,
were not adjusted.
correct.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear over both people. And
Apologies again.
Yeah, no, I should have stopped. I wondered, would treating DCP diversions as an export under the EI ratio result in more exports from the South Delta facilities
And
as it's
I'm-
applied?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm not sure I'm
I
getting
talked
that.
over you. Do you, Ms. Tabor, are you referring to authorizing more exports under D1641?
Yes, could it result in more exports being authorized under D1641?
So are you asking if we added the NDD exports to the E part of the E to
Yes.
I ratio? I mean, the inflows do change a little bit as a function of the DCP. I'm struggling with how to answer that question because I'm not sure
Okay,
I
we
understand
can
it
move on.
fully.
I may not understand it fully. So, if you keep the inflow value unchanged, is it correct to assume that for D1641 purposes, there will be more water in the Delta to allow more exports from the South Delta facilities?
objection, incomplete hypothetical. It doesn't state how you treat Delta exports. Which part of the equation?
So in the E to I ratio, what adjustments are you thinking? Apologies.
If you change the E ratio, but you keep the I value unchanged, is it correct to assume that for D1641 purposes, there'll be more water in the delta that could allow for more exports from the South Delta facilities?
I'm struggling with understanding
I'm
that
probably not
question.
phrasing it correctly. I'll move on.
Okay.
When D1641 was developed, did it contemplate a 6,000 CFS State Water Project diversion at Hood?
Calls for speculation.
To your
I mean-
knowledge, Dr. Paulson.
Not to my knowledge. I mean, D1641, if I remember correctly, was adopted in 1999-ish. And I am not aware that, I don't think diversions at Hood were, I don't know whether they existed as an idea at that point in time. They probably did, just conceptually, but I don't think that they were considered in the development of the D1641 objectives because it wasn't existing. It was a theoretical idea.
Thank you. Recalling some of your discussion with Ms. Morris about future conditions and TUCPs and specifically the modeling that DWR did for 2085. Without TUCPs, would upstream reservoirs likely go to dead pool under those 2085 conditions?
Yes, I think
Speculation.
To the extent you have knowledge, Dr. Paulson.
I don't think it's speculation. I think DWR has indicated that for both the 2070 and the 2085 model runs, they would require TUCPs if the D1641 objectives were still in place. Otherwise, the reservoirs, yes, would go to dead pool.
Okay.
I think it was particularly during critical and dry years. So not all year types, but during some.
And in your opinion, is it reasonable to assume that DWR would seek TUCPs to avoid reservoirs going to dead pool?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I don't think that's speculation. I think nobody wants the reservoirs to go to dead pool. So there are probably a number of ways to think about avoiding that. You know, one would be to release less water in the first place. The second would be the timing of those actions might vary depending upon the conditions at any specific point in time or in a specific year. But I think DWR has been clear that their future model runs for 2070 and 2085 implemented TUCPs. Otherwise, the reservoirs would go to dead pool.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up the exhibit DWR 00116? Ms. Morris referred to this in some of her questions. Thank you. Dr. Paulson, the top of this document is titled Delta Flood Emergency Management Plan, and it identifies that it's dated October 2018, correct?
I don't see the date.
Oh, can you scroll? I'm sorry, scroll up. There you go.
Yes, October 2018.
Okay. And so to the extent that this document represents the results, and I'm not representing that it does, but hypothetically speaking, to the extent that it represents the results or contains results of modeling catastrophic failures in the Delta, any modeling contained in this report would not take into account the DCP, correct?
Yes, as I understand it, that's correct. Again, I haven't reviewed this in detail, but my memory of reviewing it, sort of skimming it, was that it wasn't particularly relevant to how the DCP would operate during or following a failure of this nature.
And I'm going to object to any more questions along these lines because when I asked this witness, she said she was generally familiar, but hadn't reviewed it and didn't rely on it in her testimony. So this is clearly outside the scope of the cross-examination.
Well, you did bring it up and ask questions about it. I do have one more question.
And you'll have a chance
furthermore, sorry,
Ms. Morris, you'll have a chance to follow up. So this may be your chance to get answers to your questions in the first place. Ms. Tabor, let's hear what your last question is on this
Thank
topic,
you.
item last of all.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please advance to PDF page 29? And scroll down so we can see table 2 response, thank you, titled Response Strategy Scenario Matrix. And Dr. Paulson, could you just briefly read the discussion above table 2 and the response strategies that are listed in table 2?
again, I'm going to object to this line of questioning because the questions that I asked were related to Dr. Polson's testimony about a statement made by Carrie Buckman, and that's on page 27 of DPWA 43. And it didn't imply, there was no implication that it included DCP, and Ms. Buckman didn't imply that, and neither did I.
Ms. Buckman's testimony did link the supposed need for the DCP to a number of different conditions that she asserted would occur in the Delta, including levee failures and earthquakes. And so this is relevant. My question for Dr. Paulson is, if you look at the response strategies, none of them include a new isolated Delta conveyance, do they?
An objection, again, Ms. Buckman has not testified in this proceeding. All we have is one out of context quote that does not reference anything about the DCP. This is clearly outside the scope of examination.
Ms. Buckman's testimony was offered in a hearing on behalf regarding the DCP. She was advocating for the DCP to the Delta.
All right, clearly we're having a dispute about this, which means we're going to have to take time to resolve it. Let's back up. Ms. Tabor, what cross-examination questions are you responding to with your questions here? What testimony are you eliciting further information about?
I'm eliciting information about Ms. Morris's attempt to rely on this document in connection with Ms. Buckman's statements that were quoted in Dr. Paulson's report and her PowerPoint about the supposed modeling that DWR had that showed that there would be months or years in which there would be no diversions from the South Delta. And that statement was made in connection with a discussion of various catastrophic events that included seismic events. We can pull up the specific page if it's important.
Well, let's pause here. And this document that we're looking at right now, why are we looking at this document?
And Ms. Morris asked Dr. Paulson if there was, if she was aware that there were, and I'm paraphrasing, but any plans to raise levees or not raise levees or otherwise respond to catastrophic events in the Delta.
That's inaccurate. I did not, in terms of this document, I did not raise that at all. And again, I would point the hearing officer to page 27.
Let me pause here for a moment. Dr. Paulson, are you familiar with this document that we're looking at?
I did skim it at a high level in working on this matter. I don't remember exactly when in the past. Maybe I can clarify. My testimony in both the case in chief and the rebuttal testimony was critical of us having no analysis of how the DCP would be operated during and following a catastrophic failure. And my specific concern relates to the time for the Delta to recover from one of those catastrophic events. And I think I stated that, in my opinion, if the NDD North Delta diversion intakes were used following a catastrophic event to continue to export water from the Delta, that would remove water that would otherwise flow into the Delta and help assist with flushing out any seawater assist with the recovery, basically. And so we don't know, I'm not aware of modeling performed by DWR to evaluate how the DCP would be operated in a catastrophic failure scenario, or how its operation would impact Delta recovery following a catastrophic failure scenario.
Thank you.
And to be clear, I don't think that this document is germane to that question.
Ms. Tabor, I think we're back to you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up based on that redirect?
I do. Dr. Garcia, how many of the 3 projects you have worked on with DSM-2 include using calcium outputs to be inputs to DSM-2?
I'd say 2 out of 3.
And Doctor, if we can pull up DPWA 043, and while we're doing that, Dr. Paulson, you talked about TUCPs. Do you recall that discussion you had with TUCPs with Ms. Tabor?
I think so. Sorry, it's getting fuzzy. It's end of the day. You may have to remind me.
You recall discussing TUCPs?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically what I said. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know if DWR assumed total exports, including DCP, if a TCP was in place, would be limited to the health and safety pumping?
If a TUCP was in place? Sorry. I think you
Correct.
said DCP.
I said TCP, but I could enunciate better. So thank you for that reminder.
Okay. No, my general understanding is that yes, at least as a general proposition, when you operate under a TUCP, it would be to export health and safety flows.
Okay. And if we could go, Ms. Mullen, please, to page 27 of this document in paragraph 94. Do you recall the discussion we were just having about DWR 116?
Yes.
And in this statement on page 13, you state DWR has confirmed that these scenarios are expected and has implied that they have performed modeling to evaluate them. Do you see that?
Regarding failure scenarios, catastrophic failure scenarios generally, yes.
And when you
I don't
stated,
actually see on the screen where it says that, but that is what I think I testified to.
I just read your language on lines 13 through 14.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
That
Yes. Yeah.
and when you said that implied that they had performed modeling, it's based on this statement that Ms. Buckman made in a separate proceeding, correct?
Generally, yes. I'm sort of generally aware that there may be other modeling out there, but as I stated earlier, I'm not aware of any that relates to how the DCP would function in those conditions.
Let me ask the question. The quote that the quote on line 16 through 24.
Yes.
That's the basis of your statement that DWR has implied that they have performed modeling to evaluate them.
Objection outside the scope of redirect.
This is clearly, I'm tying back to DWR 116, which this witness, without any question, was allowed to testify and clarify. I think it needs to be clear on the record what the intent of that was. I think this is within.
What is the relationship to, I'm so confused about this. What is the relationship to 116?
In my direct examination or cross-examination, I asked Dr. Polson if she was aware of modeling in the record that looked at these types of conditions, and that is DWR 116. And she said she was not familiar with that. And I'm trying to clarify.
No.
You know what? I'll just move on. The record is already confused enough because let me just ask this question. In your statement about DWR implying that they have performed modeling to evaluate them, your words, you are relying on the statement that is quoted in lines 16 through 24, correct?
What is them? I'm sorry. Could you please restate that without?
It's your words. I'm reading. DWR has confirmed that these scenarios are expected and has implied that they have performed modeling to evaluate them. They're your words.
Meaning those scenarios, these scenarios. Yes.
Okay.
So in other words, I interpret Ms. Buckman's words to indicate that some of DWR's modeling shows that we could be months or years without being able to divert in the South Delta in the case of catastrophic failure, implying that there exists modeling of a catastrophic failure condition. My criticism is that I haven't seen that kind of modeling with respect to how the DCP would operate during or following those conditions.
But her statement, and this is just talking about, and your criticism appears to be about the citation, or that there's nothing in the record about the timeline for those periods. Is it not?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I think with that, thank you, Dr. Paulson, and thank you, Dr. Garcia. I know we will be seeing you again soon, but thank you so much for your time and your patience and your testimony today. I very much appreciate your participation in this proceeding. We are at 4:26. I think we are all have had a long day. I do want to talk about forecasting where we are tomorrow to make sure. I mean, I think maybe it's the case that it's Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia kind of on the hot seat the whole time.
Mr. Gramberg and Mr. Small,
Yes.
along with Dr. Paulson and Dr. Garcia, would start the day.
Correct. I see that. And then we can see how far we get and see if we anticipate getting as far as the CWIN witnesses in the afternoon.
Yes,
It's possible, but maybe might not happen. So what I can commit to is we can check in, especially at lunch, to see if that's, a likely scenario, depending on our pace, so that we don't hold those witnesses through Friday afternoon unnecessarily. Ms. Morris, you look like you have a comment.
I am kind of thinking based on today that we still, for tomorrow, we would have Stockton, which is 4 witnesses. Well, at least it's Dr. Paulson and Granberg and Small. And then we have Dr. Paulson again for BBID and for SASD. So I cannot imagine, I mean, maybe at the very, very tail end we get to CWIN, but I think for scheduling purposes for all of us, it might just make sense to say, we hope and we think we're going to try to get through those 3 parties.
And we'll celebrate the rest of our Friday if we manage it. I think that's fair enough. So I will look to, I'll go ahead and call it that. We won't be calling Mr. Buckley and Mr. Gomberg tomorrow. We'll plan to, well, hopefully this works. With all the witnesses, I know reshuffling is sometimes a little awkward, but that we will plan to pick up with Mr. Buckley and Mr. Gomberg first thing on Monday morning, and we will go from there. And we will, our goal for all of us tomorrow is to get through Stockton, BBID, and SASD, and we'll go from there. Are there any questions? I'll look to the larger room. Are there any questions or follow-up on that proposal for how we'll proceed?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I guess, if the other parties know more about, especially Ms. Tabor and the DWR Council know more about how long it's going to take to get through those remaining witnesses. But I guess I'm just a little concerned because we worked very hard on a schedule with the witnesses and there were a lot of constraints with them. So yeah, I'm just concerned about, not moving along at the pace that we scheduled. I don't know what could be done about it, but just raising that if we need to make major changes to what we've put down on the schedule, the sooner we know that, the sooner we can wrangle around to talk with those witnesses and reschedule things.
Noted. I know you did. I'm sure it was a lot of work to put this together. I do see that the DTEC witnesses, it looks like they are all available following on June 9th as well. So we have a little bit of hopefully room there. If we need to reslot some folks, which may happen, but we did really well on Monday. So I am somewhat anticipating that we may have other days that move more quickly than anticipated in other ways. So, but noted, I know, Ms. Meserve, that a lot of, and you probably had a role in coordinating this, and it was a lot of effort. So I recognize that. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
And we will check with Mr. Moore about CWIN's flexibility. They had very limited flexibility, as it's my understanding that the DTech group had no flexibility. They were limited to those days. So and looking at the amount of cross, we probably will have to assume that we start with them on the 8th.
Okay. And I will be open to seeing where we can slot in the CWIN witnesses.
Thank you.
And thank you. Are there other procedural issues we should address before we break until tomorrow morning? Then thank you all, and I will see you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah.